and
Ready to
better
go.
than ever, as
Oh,
always.
yeah. Yep. That's definitely what I was gonna say too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I felt like saying better than ever was maybe not accurate,
You're saying we're
but I guess
not better?
better than ever.
Best, Claire. Come on.
Listen, I don't claim to understand phrases.
Yeah, that's fair.
But that one really confuses me when I sit and think about it.
Back and better than ever. Cause it's saying that you were like you were worse before. That sucks.
I guess if you're always improving, that makes sense.
That's true.
Anyways, hello. Welcome to And Dragons, the character creation podcast where we go through D&D character creation. I am Claire.
And I'm McKaylee. So that's it right there. Except no one can read it because it's my name, and who knows.
You know.
I had this woman talk to me the other day, and she was like, she was like a nurse, and she was like saying, she said my name, and then she was like, she said it wrong, and I was like, oh, it's McKaylee, and she was like, oh, so it's just like how it's spelled, and I was like, what? I have never gotten that before in my life. Everyone always says it's spelled so differently from how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
But she was, I don't know.
I don't know how I would spell your name if I was trying to pronounce it.
I've always had people spell it like Mick, like McDonald, and then Kaylee, like the name Kaylee.
Oh,
McKaylee.
yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. You know, it's a good time.
Yeah, that is a good time. Well, to kick things off, welcome.
Welcome.
I'm just gonna go through some quick disclaimers that we go through every week because we feel like it's necessary.
Yes.
So real quick, we're not affiliated with Wizards of the Coast, the company that makes all the official D&D source materials. We are building a Dungeons and Dragons character, which means that level 3, which means that we are going to be talking about fantasy themes, and sometimes that includes violence or other traumatic type stories. So just keep in mind that there's a variety.
Yeah. There's gonna be trauma, which I have to tell you, Claire, as part of this disclaimer. I told my other D&D group that Claire's not in how the origin story of one of my characters that is my peak traumatic character, and they all just kind of sat there and were like, you should be writing like horror fiction or something. Like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, thanks. I should.
I'm so glad that you have people to tell your story to, because God knows you would accidentally tell me if you didn't tell them.
I've already told you like way too much, so.
I know. I feel like I probably don't know what it is, but I feel like I kind of do.
Oh, trust me, you don't.
You'd be surprised.
I feel like there's some details that I think I know what you're probably guessing at. What's probably obvious.
Really?
I think so. But this is we're playing a Monster Hearts game, which is super fun. Love it. Monsters in high schools, and I play a ghost, and so she's dead. So she's a very traumatic story for how she died, and I want to tell Claire, but I'm trying not to. But I feel like there are parts of it that you like details that you just wouldn't be able to guess. They're just.
I'm excited to figure out if I'm ever gonna discover it.
I know. Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fun.
Oh, the last disclaimer isn't really a disclaimer. It's a reminder. To be, kind and respectful. We're wanting to create a nice, safe space here. And we also want your feedback on these characters as we're making them. So just make sure you're nice and kind and stuff. because we're nice and kind and stuff, and we want to be friends, so.
Yes. Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes.
So, would you like to jump into it, McKaylee?
Well, I feel like before we jump into things, we gotta stay for next week.
Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right.
We had a long conversation about this, so you come on, Claire. I sadly am not going to be here next week, but rest assured there will be an episode of anddragons. Claire's going to be running the tech.
I am terrified.
We're doing quick, fast Streamlabs tutorial. It's great.
I will be doing everything.
You're doing one so far. You're doing great. You've been doing a great job, like learning. I feel like you're gonna do fine. But we're gonna have a substitute, like we're back in high school or something. We got substitute teachers.
Yes, a special guest substitute person.
It's gonna be a surprise, but it'll be fun. And yeah, just don't have too much fun without me.
No promises.
No, kidding. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, we share brain cells, so I'm just hoping that I have it during next week. I just hope that I have it. I don't know if we can do like an agreement beforehand where I can sign it out and make sure that
pass it off
with me. I don't know if that's possible because we've never tried it before, but maybe
if we write up a formal contract, maybe we can get it going.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
Our brain cell needs a formal contract.
Yes, I'll get working on that later.
Is this like custody?
Yeah, this is our shared. I mean, it's our shared brain cell. It's like a child. Like, we gotta pass it back and forth. You have it on like Christmas and weekends, and I have them during the weekdays. Like, probably not that.
I think I have it during the weekdays. Honestly, I feel like
I have it at like 3 a.m. That's when I have the brain cell.
That makes sense because I'm normally asleep.
Yes, I know.
Right. Okay. Well.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be super fun. I will be feeling like chaos, and you'll get to see that in action. It'll be great.
Yes. This also will 100% be the last time that I have this lovely background.
Oh yeah, because
I'm moving out of my parents' house. Oh my god, it's time. This is like part of why I'm not going to be here next week. Yeah, so next month is going to be absolute chaos for me, but it's going to be exciting because I'm going to have a whole new place. And so don't freak out when this doesn't look the same. I think nobody will freak out but me. But
I will freak out. I will freak out. It'll be me.
Look,
just me freaking out.
I have to take my bottles with me. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be oh my god, it's so much. But it's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. But yeah, that's just the news on that. So nobody's like, where the fuck's McKaylee?
No, if we hadn't said anything, I would have just pretended that whoever our sub is you, and then it would be very confusing.
Just call them McKaylee and everything and be like,
yeah, I wouldn't change anything. Nothing would be different. It would all just it would be a little weird maybe when I said like, oh, we're going live, and then they're looking at me to do it, you know what I mean? Like, that will be a little weird, but
I have a love-hate relationship with going live because I'm always like totally like chill up until the like 5 seconds before I have to hit the button, and then I get so nervous. But now you get to do it, so it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun.
Yay!
Yay!
All right, we've held off on our fabulous transition long enough because clearly that is why anyone has ever come, is to see our lovely transition. So would you like to transition, McKaylee?
This is why you stay with us till the end, so you can see transition number 2. You come in early for transition 1, and then you stay till the end for transition 2. It's a great time. Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Did Will you do jazz hands when I'm gone?
Will I do jazz hands when you're gone?
Well, yeah, because that's how I signaled to you that we've transitioned and it's no longer do the thing, and so you have to do the jazz hands to transition to the other person. Now that you're doing tech.
I suppose I can do jazz hands for you.
Amazing.
All right, friends, pals, buds. We're back at it again with our character cheat. Because it doesn't have everything on it, but that's okay.
We love it anyway. It has the important stuff.
It has the important stuff for now. If at any point something is confusing, feel free to ask us in chat and we will absolutely expand on it in the most thorough way that we can.
Yep.
But for now, I think we can get going. Ooh. Let's remind ourselves what we did last week, McKaylee. What did we roll?
Last week, we rolled Curtis cut from stone. Oh boy, Curtis. There's some character art coming out this week of him. He's magnificent. He is a Goliath monk of the, what was his was monk of the
4 elements.
The 4 elements, that's right, because he had the fire fist thing. I can't remember what it's
snake
called.
Fire fist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was lit and he was possessed by a demon. Oh,
yes.
That was
and he
exciting.
was evil, chaotic evil. We yes. I feel compelled to mention that that if Curtis isn't some sort of BBEG in some capacity, then I don't know who he is.
You know what I mean? Oh my god, he would be the best. Like, he's so exciting to make. Yeah. Oh god, I loved Curtis. Also, what a name, Curtis cut from stone.
Yeah, the most intimidating people need the most simple names, I think.
Yeah. He was also a very, like, fancy pants boy. That was pretty... Yeah.
Well, his demon was the fancy pants.
Yeah. Because, his demon was enjoying the finer things in life. Like,
than just being, in this person.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
They have similar goals, though, which I guess works out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yes, this week we'll roll someone new.
Yay!
Would we like to go ahead and get started?
I would love to. I'm so excited.
Amazing.
Okay. Let's roll for our race, please. We got a lovely list.
Listen, I should play a cleric.
Did you roll low again?
It's not, like, exceedingly low.
But it would be under a level?
It would be under a level, and that level would be 17.
Okay, that's a number you got, or it's under 17?
That's the number I got.
Okay, I thought you were saying it was... Okay, never mind. That's exciting, because that's a Firbolg.
Oh my gosh.
If anyone doesn't know what a Firbolg is, they are lovely, like, cowmen people, and they're amazing, and I love them.
Tell me about a famous Firbolg, McKaylee.
Caduceus motherfucking Clay from Critical Role Campings, which just ended.
It is very sad.
It's really sad, but Caduceus Clay is amazing. I highly recommend. Well, every character that Taliesin Jaffe makes is amazing, because Taliesin Jaffe is just an amazing fucking human being in general. Well, not human being. He's a, like, ethereal creature that has been alive for 1,000 years, but since the creation of time. But he's amazing.
Of course.
God, I am so excited. I've made several Firbolgs in the past.
Really?
Because I just love this race. It has some really interesting features, which we can let me tell you about.
Absolutely.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so your wisdom score increases by 2.
Oh, we are very wise.
Yes. This is also for anyone who's wondering from Volo's Guide to Monsters. Your strength score also increases by 1. I should note, so Firbolgs, they're not just like cowmen. They're Fey-oriented half-giants is what they're like described as.
No, they're cowmen.
They're cowmen, but like, you know, they're also like, they're Fey creatures who are also half-giants. So like, you know, they got like a whole bunch of things going on. It's a great time. So, being related to the Fae, which is why I bring it up, they reach adulthood around 30, and the oldest of them can live for 500 years.
Whoa.
Which is wild. Caduceus, I remember in Critical Role, one of the other PCs asked Caduceus if he was 200, and he was like, yeah, I am, or whatever, and like, but was joking. But he never said his age. I always wondered, like, maybe, because he could be 200 years old, and that'd be completely feasible.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Figuring out ages with your characters is always so funny to me, because I think I played a elf, and their ages are widespreading as well.
Yeah.
And when other characters are like, oh, how old are you? And you're like, oh, I'm 200. They're so confused, and they're like, oh man, you're really old. But then in the context of that,
for that
society,
race,
I guess,
yeah,
for that character, it's like, well, I'm actually not that old, but sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I love it though. I think you always need to know how old your character is though, because there's a couple of monsters such as ghosts that can age you. And so it's good to know what your lifespan is, and if you're like 30, goblin, like, and then you get aged 10 years, like, oh boy, you're gonna die soon.
Dangerous.
That was very dangerous, yeah. Or an Aarakocra, the bird people, they live like not long at all. Because, you know, they're birds.
Naturally.
So, for alignment, which we're not following this, but I just wanted to share, for alignment, they're typically neutral good. Evil Firbolgs are super rare, and usually enemies of the rest of their kind. So, you know, tend to be very good guys. But we'll see, because we're going to roll for it. So.
Well, you know, and that's also, even though in this, you know, source material, it's saying, like, that they are typically a certain alignment, that might help us figure out how to explain, like, our story if we deviate from that largely.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. So our size is medium. We are between 7 and 8 feet tall. So they're very tall, motherfuckers. They weigh between 240 and 300 pounds, which is wild.
That's like wasn't Curtis also around the same height?
Yeah. Curtis and then our first character, Quilliam Quirty, were also over 7 feet tall. Which Quilliam was a hobgoblin of the Feywild. So
Hobgob.
If you want to play a tall race, those are 3 options for you. Yeah. Our speed is 30 feet as a medium creature. I mean, that's generally how it goes, but sometimes it's different. I say that every time. But good to note, I feel like. And then we have Firbolg magic. Yeah, so we have innate magic. We can cast detect magic using our wisdom score once per short or long rest. We can also cast disguise self once per short or long rest, but with disguise self, it's a little different than usual. Usually with disguise self, you can only, like, you don't really change your physical, or, like, your physical appearance, but with this one, you can seem up to 3 feet shorter than normal. So you can blend in with humans and elves more easily. So, got a little bit of leeway. Yeah. We also have Hidden Step, which is lit. You, as a bonus action, you turn invisible until the start of your next turn, or you make an attack, damage roll, or force someone to make a saving throw. And that's once per short or long rest. That was pretty lit. That's only good for combat because, I mean, that's 6 seconds of invisibility, but, like, that's pretty lit. That you just have that. You also have a fun thing that our Goliath last week also had, which is powerful build.
Oh, nice. Powerful build.
So we are 1 size larger when determining carrying capacity and weight we can push, drag, or lift. So that's pretty awesome. Pretty helpful. And then my favorite Firbolg trait. So Firbolgs are like supposed to be like one with nature, and like that's their whole thing. So they have the speech of beast and leaf. So you can magically communicate in a limited manner with beasts and plants. And they can understand the meaning of your words. And you can make charisma checks to influence them.
You know, everything that Caduceus did now makes so much more sense to me. I did not know this.
That's why Caduceus talked to plants all the time. Like, because he could. He literally could.
Listen, when I played a druid, she just would talk to plants and stuff because I was like, oh, this feels like something she would do.
Yeah.
Didn't think that there was an ability that you could just, I mean, aside from the spell, but like,
yeah,
that you could just do it.
Yep. Next time you play a druid, you should play a Firbolg. They're built for druidic purposes, honestly.
Maybe I will.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll play this one.
Whoa. Oh, that'd be so much fun. Okay. I'm so excited about this character. Okay, last thing. We, as a Fae-oriented half-giant, we can speak Common, Elvish, and Giant. Because, you know, we're all there.
Oh, for some reason, my brain said, oh, we can only read or write in a certain...
Well, no, we can speak, read, and write. Yep.
I know that that's what you said, but my brain didn't hear that. And so I got a little confused. It's like, why can we only, like, write in Giant?
Yeah. You know, it just be like that. I think Giant uses the Dwarvish alphabet also. The Dwarvish script.
That means Michaeli could write in Giant because she knows the Dwarvish alphabet. Oh my god.
I just think it's so fascinating how many languages in D&D world use the Dwarvish script. It's such a, like, universal script for, like, so many different people. And so it's like, that's pretty cool. And, you know, I also know how to write it, so that's also really fun. Yes.
I'm glad that's how you spent a lot of your time. I'm not trying to bash you. I'm honestly, I'm not.
I know. It was my quarantine time, you know? It was back last spring. The world had shut down. I needed something to do. And I had found a new obsession. Not a new obsession, but a increased obsession in D&D and decided I needed to know how to write like a dwarf. Mostly because, actually, the reason was, like, more specifically, how it started was that I had a dream of a, like, character that I was like, I need to make this character. I woke up the next morning, and that's how my obsession with, like, making characters started, was this dream. Her name's Amber of the Fireforge clan. Do you remember her? She's a bard. Dwarvish bard.
Did you say, do you remember her as if you told me about her one time and I need to remember every single character you've ever made? You told me at least 20 of them. I'm not kidding. I'm so not kidding. And I know they're your children. I get that they're your children.
She's one that she's one of the first of like the characters that I made. She has her own she has her own art. She's that one. Look, my dwarf bard.
Oh, I kind of do remember her.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, because I did a presentation about her for a drink and learn. We do these fun things with our friends sometimes, where we have parties, where we drink and teach each other about things. And so for my thing I did a presentation on the like 6 characters that I had made at the time. I now currently have like 82, I think, was the last count.
Yeah. 82.
Yes, I do know the Dwarvish alphabet. I write it regularly. And this podcast is about Dungeons and Dragons. It's a great time.
Specifically the character creation part of Dungeons and Dragons. And now we see a snippet of Michaeli's Dwarvish practice.
Well, so what I do is I watch things, like I watch Netflix and stuff, and then I'll hear a phrase and I'll just write it down in the Dwarvish script. It gives me really good practice. It's a great time. It's really fun. Also, look at my book. So
but yeah, so we're building a random Dungeons and Dragons character right now. We're walking through it. We're explaining at level 3, and we roll for everything because A, we do not like to make decisions, and B, look at these guys. They're so pretty and fun. Of course we want to roll them.
Dice. I caught it! I caught most of them!
Did you actually? I thought they fell. Did they? Oh, man.
There was a bunch that just fell, and I will pick that up later. Nice.
It's a good thing I'm the one who's rolling a lot of the dice.
Most of them are still in here. The problem is that this is a snap thing, so sometimes when I hold it like that, it just like snaps open. It's got little buttons. Yeah. I have 2 more sets of... My monthly sets are coming in for my subscription pack, and I'm really excited. I have a subscription pack where I get dice every month.
Absolutely amazing. I'm really happy for you. Honestly,
thank you.
I'm very glad. And you know, if you ever get like an exact duplicate, it's so exact, and you don't want it, you can just give it to me.
Oh, of dice. I thought you were talking about of me personally, and I was like, how will I get an exact duplicate of me, McKaylee? That doesn't make sense.
You never know. You know.
Jeez. Well, should we let's continue on.
Let's keep going. All right. Are we doing our background?
Background, yes. Roll for background. I have a list of like 20 something.
Look at them. I just can't. They're just really pretty.
They're really spiky. They scare me. I'm always so scared.
Yeah, they hurt. The D4 is a death sentence for sure.
Yeah.
That's 27.
27 is...
Love the number 7 today.
Claire!
What?
It's a cloistered scholar! We built a cloistered scholar like way back, like a couple episodes ago. Their name was Atticus, and they were a what were they? Thank you, Saint. Yes.
Well, listen. I could have been talking about you.
You were. Okay.
But maybe it's just I'm sad that we're not in the same state. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And that you're about to go farther away.
I know, I'm moving like 3 more states further away.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
So maybe I didn't mean that, but that's what my heart wanted to say, so that's how you interpreted it, so that
okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, but a cloistered scholar, we built one that was what's it called? The first one.
An artificer.
Artificer. From Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. And they had a steel defender that was a sloth named Yankee. So maybe our Firbolg knows Atticus and Yankee.
I'm gonna cry. That would be very cute. I don't even know anything about this Firbolg yet.
I know. We don't even know who this is. Wait.
It would be really good. That's all oh my goodness.
Oh,
so,
boy.
While I'm spelling this out.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about why backgrounds are important.
Backgrounds? See, I always think it's so funny. Every time I'm making a character and I go through what background I want, I'm like, I remember back to my, like, first couple characters when I didn't realize that backgrounds are super fucking important. They're not just, like, an extra thing you do for fun. They give you things like your skill proficiencies, you can get tools, you get languages, you get equipment, you get your whole personality traits and, like, bonds, flaws, and ideals. Like,
your alignment?
And your alignment, yeah, you can get that from this too. You also get a feature that, like, helps you with stuff. Like, I just never realized how important it was, so it's a great time. But we do race and background before class because our race sometimes gives us proficiencies, and our background definitely gives us proficiencies, so that we can cross them off of our list when we get our class, so that we can narrow down our choices and make the most of the thing-a-things proficiency stuff. Yeah.
So, what do we get?
As a cloistered scholar. Okay, we get history. So,
okay.
1 for history, and then I need you to roll a d6 because we get a choice of Arcana, Nature, and Religion. But choices, screw them. Who needs them? 2? Arcana. Yeah. So we have Arcana and History. As
it sure would make sense if we knew magic.
It would. Which, so for Crash Course on Cloistered Scholar, they are, like, they work at, it's from Sword Coast Adventures Guide. They stay in, like, a group of a cloister, and they learn things, and they are smart people. Yeah, that's a short rundown. Okay. We get no,
well, so the part that we're walking through right now is generally what you would do before you start playing the game. So maybe you haven't figured out everything in your background. Like, when we talk about background, it's the stuff from the source material that, like, mechanically might give you something. So, for example, for Cloistered Scholar, we get Arcana and History as a proficiency. So mechanically, that means that we're a little bit better at Arcana and History. So we get, like, a numerical. Is that a word?
Numerical. Yeah, numerical. You're close.
Words
You're
so
really close.
Oh, so boy. a lot of the stuff that in the background is from the material. So, like, for Cloistered Scholar, it tells us what we get in our background. With our backstory, that's where we can kind of have more freedom with who we are and where we came from, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think most of that's established before the game starts. So, I mean, if it was a secret that your character can fly,
yeah,
then maybe you don't reveal that to everyone. But when you play, you're one of the characters, and then there's the dungeon master, the DM, the narrator of the story. you probably would tell them, like, oh, hey, my character can fly for these reasons, but it's a secret, and then you don't tell anyone, and then you feel it.
It just happens.
Because it's the thing that we both really love about Dungeons and Dragons is that it's collaborative storytelling. So it's like the DM is bringing these elements of the world to the story, and all the characters with their individuality and own things and stories and stuff come into the world and like build off of it and that sort of thing. Does that kind of answer? Do you think, McKaylee, is there any more you want to add to that?
I was just gonna say, I mean, like, I think for some of the things, it's like with being able to fly, you need to have like the mechanical ability to do it. You can't just like say, I want my character to be able to fly and then just do it. Your character has like certain limitations based on our race and our background. Like, we're writing down what we're able to do, but we can keep all of this a secret from the other players and be like not tell them that we can talk to plants, and then one day just like fucking talk to plants.
Like our Firbolg will absolutely totally do, because they have an ability, speech of leaf and leaf, that says we can talk to plants and animals.
And the game master is like the ref, but also like they build the story. So they monitor the rules while at the same time like leading the adventure that happens. So a little bit of storyteller, a little bit of referee.
Definitely a referee at times.
There's some times when the rules come into question, and then it's like, well.
Or even just because when you play the dungeon master, when you are the dungeon master, you know most things, like you kind of know everyone's secrets and like.
And you pretty much have read this book like 10 times, and like some of the other books.
You know the direction the story might go. Depending. So I would imagine that it's pretty fun to like figure out what's happening based on what your players are communicating with you, and
it's definitely
plans that they make.
It's definitely like the dungeon master comes in with a storyline, like a plot and stuff, and like a bad guy, the BBG, in like place in their head. But then the characters will like do shit that you're not expecting, and then you have to completely like change up your plans because the characters have free will, and you're just like leading them along their path, describing the world for them.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's a fun time. I've definitely had times where, like, fucking Sunny had an ability I didn't realize, where he teleported some guy 6 hours in the future, on accident, and that definitely threw me for a loop. Where I had to figure out, okay, what's gonna be going on here in 6 hours? And now what do I do that my bad guy is just gone? Literally right before he was about to surrender, too. So,
McKaylee has been the dungeon master in the past.
A couple times.
And maybe in the future.
In the future, yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll DM this world.
You totally could. All of these characters that we've been building the past couple of weeks, in our backstory building, they all live in the same world. We've already made a cloistered scholar character. Unless there's like a very distinguishing difference, this one might also be from that cloister. That word is
cloister. I know. The episode that we made, the other cloistered scholar, we called it cloisters and dragons.
Because we couldn't figure out what a cloister was.
It's such a great word.
A cloister is like an architectural it's like architecture in some old buildings, but it's also divided space or something like that.
So, I'm trying to think of how to answer this question. Hopefully, I mean, you try not to, like, metagame is a big thing in Dungeons and Dragons, where, like, sometimes like the players themselves like know things. They're not that their characters don't know, and so that's
right. Actually, so something to consider when you play a game of D&D, it's generally like it's either a one-time thing, which is called a one-shot, so it's one game that can be a couple hours long.
Usually
or
like
it's
3 to 5 hours.
Right. So it's either that or it's a longer campaign, which a campaign is the story that they're playing over multiple
Weeks,
days, like
months.
in-person games or like online games sort of thing. So in those, the dungeon master is the same person. So like that role is, if we were gonna play a game and I'm like, oh, I want to be the dungeon master, I am building the world and maybe the plot hooks, and I'm maybe preparing some characters for the player characters to meet. So like I'm playing like 10 or 20 different characters, or if they walk into a tavern, suddenly I'm the barkeep or something like that.
And then you're also the person that sits down in the stool next to them, and then you're the rowdy customer that just walked in, and like you're everybody.
And then you're the evil guy in disguise that they don't know who it is. And so there's a lot more responsibility with the dungeon master, but they stay the same. Like their role is the dungeon master. So there's the dungeon master, and then there's the players, which currently we're building a character that we might play. So we would be the players in this situation. So we play in the dungeon master's world.
Yeah.
But even if McKaylee and I are friends, which we are.
No, we're not friends. I hate you.
I'm not gonna tell McKaylee any like
spoilers,
secrets of who. Like I'm not gonna say like, oh, McKaylee, that guy you guys just met in the tavern, that's the bad guy.
Yeah.
Because
which is why I suck at being the dungeon master, because I want to tell Claire all the secrets. I always want to shoot the storyline with you, and then I can't.
Yeah, so it's like it's a game where the dungeon master is providing a story and the players, the other people, are adding to it.
Yeah.
But those roles don't change, and it's not. I don't know. I don't think like cheating or getting advantages and stuff in that sense is fun. Like the whole point is to like build the story together, and maybe
so failing sometimes is really fun. It's actually a lot more fun, I think, sometimes when you fail, because you can do absolutely like stupid shit.
And you know, sometimes it's also because it's a longer game, and it can be your whole night.
But you know, so you work it out with your group how long you would play.
Right, you work out how long the sessions are, what they're called, when it's like for one day of playing is called a session. You don't always fight in a session. Maybe if you're like our group who likes to interact in character or role play, then maybe we just talk, and maybe not the sexy kind,
the nerdy
maybe
kind.
we just talk for 4 hours in character. And that's how that day goes. And you know, it's just as fun, or maybe it's not as fun to you and you would prefer to like fight and defeat things. But there's a lot of ways to play Dungeons and Dragons, and all of them are okay. It's just a matter of finding a group that like vibes with you.
Yeah. So I play with 2 different groups. I play with a group with Claire and a group I met online. And the group with Claire is definitely, we're all actors at heart, and we do role playing, and that is the max of it. There's combat in there, but most of it is us crying and having, you know,
and us,
emotional conversations. And then
say we're walking somewhere, we're like, oh, we're gonna have a walking conversation now.
Well, because then we get to learn about the secrets. Like, you know, maybe that's when they can say, by the way, I could fly. you know, and you whip out
Right.
some fun secret. Which actually, that happened on one of our walking things. One of our party members was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I can like make a horse," and it was like, "What?" And then they just made a horse.
Yeah.
But my other group, it like is not into the role playing as much. Like it's interesting, like because they enjoy it, but we're more about like fighting, and so I play a barbarian in that one. Love barbarians. They use their rage to fight, and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
But
and it doesn't always happen, but generally, the party is all of the players together, excluding the dungeon masters.
Yeah.
The party is the players. So generally, the party are either working together like friends, or they are going for the same goal. So if you are low on health, then there's some teamwork involved, and you play a character that can heal, or maybe someone else in your party can heal, or you take a rest and eat some food and take a nap, and then you heal based on some more like mechanics of the game.
Sometimes though, your characters just die. If you're not doing great at like strategizing, your character can just straight up die. But that doesn't mean that you're done like playing and that you just have to like sit on the sidelines for the rest of the game. You make a new character, and then your new character enters the group, who is now in the middle of grieving your other character. So it's a great time. It's really awkward. I've had it happen twice in my other group where it's like, oh hey, we just buried our friend. Want to join our group? So.
Yeah. And that's also why some people have multiple characters like prepared, like McKaylee. I personally just make characters as I know I'm gonna need to play them, or as I know I'm going to have a reason to play them, because I get very attached to them, and I would be so sad if I couldn't play them.
Yeah.
But here we are building characters that may or may not be played.
But they all have wonderful character art on Instagram. Go check it out.
They do. McKaylee makes our characters into art, and they're really pretty.
I'm so proud of them. I just like to stare at them sometimes, not to be weird or like tooting my own horn. you know. I love these characters because it's fun. It's fun. D&D is like a very like people put it in a box before they like know much about it. And there's just so many ways to play the game. It's what you make of it. And also, I mean, there's some online games that they do where it's like they do play Dungeons and Dragons in like different settings. Like they play it in like the Unsleeping City by Dimension 20 is a really good one to watch if you want to see some fun playthrough. They play like in New York and in a candy world, and like it doesn't all have to be like Lord of the Rings style. You can also play as the bad guys and be like evil villains trying to stop the good guys. Like you make this story what you want it to be. It's wonderful. Yeah.
And these, if you've not played D&D before, these words and bubbles, and they might look a little confusing, but we are coming back to these to explain them better. Because that's kind of why we're walking through this, so that we can explain as we go. But now we're on the background, which the background is, again, it's another one of the like things you have to do as you're making a character, based on the book and the rules, and it also it helps you like add flavor to who your character is, because this is a character that you get to play and like either dictate what they do, or you get to speak as them depending on what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, it's a great time. It's a great time.
Yeah, and I would say also to the last comment I see, I yeah, you can schedule your whole night to play D&D, and yeah, maybe your character gets knocked out pretty quick. There's a lot of things that could bring your character back, depending on what your party looks like.
What
but
level
I would
you're
say,
at.
yeah, I would say if you're playing, and this is also where the collaboration between the DM and the players comes in. If it's your first time playing Dungeons and Dragons, your DM knows that.
Yeah.
They probably, if they're like understanding and a good dynamic, they probably won't give you something to fight that's gonna knock you out immediately.
Yeah.
Because that's not as fun, right? It is a game, and there are like things to do that are challenging and that maybe your character will die, but it's also fun. And the at least for us, the like primary purpose is to have a good time.
Yeah.
So if it's not fun if your character dies in the first like 10 minutes and there's nothing else you can do. Like that's not the time I'm looking to have. So I think that it's not likely to happen like that. But if you are, if you've been playing for a while and you're like, man, we're gonna go fight a dragon, I'm really scared my character's gonna die, I'm just gonna create a new one just in case.
Yeah.
Because then let's say my character dies like 2 hours in, but I like still want to play. You have the new character and you can just be like, okay. And then suddenly you look around the corner and you see a Firbolg, and they look so confused. Why are they here? Yeah. And then suddenly you're back in the game and you're playing still.
Also, so I mean, you could always just sit there and heckle everybody, which is so much fun, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's also true.
It's like, you're still having a great time.
Yeah, because that's why we love it so much, is that we get to spend like 4 hours with our friends just hanging out and like goofing around and being dramatic and stuff.
Oh, so fucking dramatic. We're playing there's other tabletop role-playing games besides Dungeons and Dragons that use different systems. We're doing this one because this is like a classic, and this is our first tabletop role-playing game, TTRPG. But in that one, my character was we were just outed, me and another player character. I was gonna say my character's friend, but we're not friends yet. Not really. Would you say we're friends? But we just got outed as both being dead by our enemy, so he knows we're dead. And it's a great time. Because she was resurrected, great. And I'm a ghost. It's so much fun. So we were just both crying, and now I'm so excited for our next session tomorrow, where we get to just cry and have feelings.
Yeah, and it's nice to escape into a world that is different than this one,
Oh god, yeah, because we live in hell.
Currently not the best, but it'll get better. But in the meantime, we have Dungeons and Dragons to get lost in.
To escape, let's escape into the politics of Dungeons and Dragons instead of, the real world. I like to get into the fantasy head of my characters so that I can deal with their problems and not my own.
Exactly. Speaking of getting into the world, cloistered scholars, we get, because we are scholarly and smart, again, this is pulling from the source material.
Yep, Sword Coast Adventures Guide is the book. There's a bunch of different D&D book material. I have 2 of them. Claire has another.
They're not within grabbing distance.
Yeah. My desk is full of everything. I'm glad that you learned a lot. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. A lot of people, I feel like there's so many basics that people forget to say that exist. Because it's a little confusing sometimes.
Really. When we first started, we were both like, because we both started at the exact same time. We were both like fucking didn't know what was going on. Yeah, we just knew we had to save a little girl. We were playing Robin Hood and Little John. That was our extent of
Robin Hood, Little John. We were looking for Joe. never found him.
We were looking for a little girl. We saved Joe's daughter, and then we went back and found out that Joe was missing, and then we never found Joe.
So we never found Joe. He's still lost to this day. Probably, I don't even know what's happening with him.
Yeah. Poor Joe, man.
Yeah, poor Joe. But
you know what? Poor Joe's wife. Joe's wife had to have her daughter get kidnapped, and she had to go through the terror of that, and then her husband went looking for her, and all of a sudden,
he never came home.
Yeah, he never came home, and then she got her daughter back, but at what price? Now her daughter's traumatized, and she has to be a single mom now. Poor Joe's wife.
That's true.
I don't remember what her name was. I did not take notes. That was also several years ago.
I couldn't tell you, but that's all right.
That's because that was before I took notes. I didn't. That's something that you should do. Well, you don't have to do, but I enjoy doing taking notes.
Yeah.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Should we continue with this?
Yes.
Scholar?
So we're a cloistered scholar. We are smart and we study stuff. Mm-hmm. And we are, we're in the library a good amount of time. Mm-hmm. A good amount of time. Yes, we are still talking about D&D. We get really into the story.
It was super important to us that Joe had to be found.
Yeah,
that was the story. The story that our dungeon master created for us.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, so, as a cloistered scholar, we're really bringing it back to this character that we're making right now.
Oh boy.
We're really smart and stuff. So that means according to the rules, it says we get 2 languages of our choice because we've been studying so much.
We do.
Which of course, but
I have a table to roll for languages. So languages we currently have are common, which common is just what's denoted for whatever language you're speaking at the table. So for us, common is English. Mm-hmm. But it depends. Sometimes common is Italian, sometimes it's Spanish, sometimes it, just depends on what you're speaking. Elvish, language of elves. Giant, language of giants.
And 2 more.
I have to roll 2. Yeah, you have to roll 2 D20.
This is a D20. It is beautiful.
Wait, let me see the pretty one.
You rolled this one the most in all of the D&D times.
They're so much fun. This is one of my pretty ones.
I rolled a 7 and an 18.
A 7 and roll the 18 again, because I don't have that many languages.
How many languages are there?
There are 15.
All right, I gotta roll again.
Well, if you get a 20... Oh. Did you get a 20?
No.
Okay.
I rolled a 7. That's 2 sevens.
That's 2 sevens. Okay.
Listen, McKaylee, I want to tell you, I rolled an 18, 17, 17, 17, 7, 18.
What is happening with your dice, Claire?
Okay, I got it now. 7 and 1.
Okay, we speak Orc, and Dwarvish. Let's go.
Oh, look at that!
I always make my characters speak Dwarvish. There's not an official language for dwarves because the lore is that they don't write down their language. So I know how to write in the alphabet, but I don't know Dwarvish. I'm working on that.
Because they don't write down their language.
Yeah. Yeah, we tend to talk in the first person when we're talking about our characters because we're fucking weirdos. Yes. But okay, those are our languages. Those are our Firbolg cloistered scholar speaks all of those wonderful languages. We also have equipment that we get from
Maybe McKaylee.
Yes.
We slow down a little bit.
We slow down? Okay. I slow.
We do jump a lot, I think, on accident.
Gotcha.
Because it happens.
I have chaos brain, ADHD, and thoughts don't go in a straight line.
I just vibe with what's around me, which when it's chaos brain. Me too.
The time is chaos. Chaos
so, okay,
is time.
To be clear.
Yes.
Our background is the cloistered scholar. The cloistered scholar spends a lot of time in the library.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Also, from a part of your background, which is why getting a background is important. Your background can be things from like you're a soldier, an acolyte, a sage, urchin, whatever. But you also get equipment from it. Part of why it's important. So we get robes of our cloister.
I love robes.
They're scholars' robes. So we have some fancy dancy robes. Which, back when we made Atticus, I decided that cloister's colors were like navy blue. Yeah. I was like, that just feels like a good color. So, you know, that would probably be the color of these robes if this Firbolg is part of the same cloister. Okay, we also get a writing kit, which includes, you don't have to write all of what it includes, but I'll just say it, because it's a lot. It includes a small pouch with a quill, a bottle of ink, a folded parchment, and a small penknife. Very fancy.
Really fancy.
We also get a borrowed book on the subject of our current study. This is why, when we made Atticus, we decided that the book was, like, demonic in origin and just evil, which is why we ended up deciding that they didn't borrow it, they stole it. So...
one of those restricted section books, you know?
Harry Potter and all that.
Because, of course, that's the only one that has a restricted section.
Yeah, Claire. Well, obviously.
You're right. You're absolutely right, and I'm most likely wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't say who the book is borrowed from, but we will, when we get to building up what this character's story is, we can decide where we got this book from. Maybe it was a who. Maybe it's not from the cloister. I was always assuming it's from the cloister, but maybe we, like, took it from, like, a professor or something.
That's the question. We're noting all of these down as we're building this, but we will be coming back to it.
Yes.
To explain.
We're gonna connect all the threads.
What's that book about? We don't know yet.
We don't know. Maybe it's another demonic book, and they're also searching for the demonic library that everybody's searching for.
Yeah.
We have built in our world that there is a demonic library, that there's a lot going on with it. It's a great time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's a Yuan-Ti library, which those are snake people, but it was from a Yuan-Ti library that got buried from, like, eons ago. Oh, it's a great time. Yes. I'm so excited. Right. Okay, we also get 10 gold pieces. Which
so the gold pieces are sometimes more important depending on who is telling the story, who is your DM. Sometimes you say, oh, I want to go buy something. And you're like, food. And then the DM says, okay. And they tell you the price of it. Sometimes they don't. And you just have 10 gold pieces forever.
Yes.
But that's also why we're adventuring, because we're going to get money from doing good deeds and stuff sometimes.
Yes. Sometimes you get paid like 200 gold pieces, and then it's fucking lit. Yeah. Which 10 gold pieces is pretty average for what you get from your backgrounds. Some you get 15, some you get 25. There's a couple where you get only 5 gold pieces. So this is pretty average, I'd say. A pint of ale can tend to cost like a gold piece or 2, depending on how fancy it is.
But our background is our starting salary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We get also a fun feature. We get library access. Whoa! Isn't that so lit?
Yeah.
You know, it's the feature that everybody wants. We get the access to libraries that most people will have they'll have to endure extensive interviews and fees to get into these libraries. So it tends to be helpful for like hunting down like a monster or something, or like some ancient relic and we need information. Then this feature might help us to like get into place that we're not usually allowed if we have like a sailor's background or something.
Yeah, as uncool as it might sound, you might spend a couple hours in the library.
Woo!
When you play D&D.
Let's go.
And you know, sometimes it's necessary because you're researching something that you can only get from a library.
That was something that in one of my recent games, our Dragonborn character, which is just like a dragon humanoid creature, he spent like a couple hours just researching the library, and like the rest of us went and just got drunk.
Which, to be clear though, it's not a couple hours of real time, like right now.
Oh yeah.
My character goes and researches in the library for a couple hours. Okay, what are you doing in the meantime? Yeah. Like.
Yep. It's the time. Yeah.
I honestly don't know how many gold pieces it takes to get a library card. There's probably a list somewhere.
This is the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's a wonderful book for DMs who are like the people telling the story. It has listed in here prices for a lot of like average stuff. So you probably could find like, you know, it depends on the place and like on how restrictive the library is. Like maybe it's like the King's
it might not
Library
be gold
or
pieces.
Something.
It might be an interview.
Yeah. Or you need like a letter of recommendation or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how our Dragonborn had a different background that gave him like research stuff. So he was
right.
So
and,
yeah.
You know, the other thing about the background, which we're about to get into now, is it gives you suggested characteristics, and that includes, you know, personality traits and flaws and bonds and
ideals.
When you look at your background, that's like who your character was before they started to go on an adventure,
mm-hmm.
or like what they did, like what their job was. So you can pull characteristics from your background, which is what we're about to do right now. But yeah, each background has like unique characteristics for each thing based on the fact that we are a cloistered scholar.
Mm-hmm. It just helps you build out the role-playing aspect of it for people who are not as comfortable with like building out characters. It's just a great way to just kind of like give you a starting point. It's really nice. So the cloistered scholar itself doesn't have personality traits, ideals, and bonds. So we're using from a different background, the sage background, because that is kind of closely related to what the cloistered scholar is about. So let's roll for a personality trait. These are just like fun things that, you know, they tend to just give you a little idea of who your person is.
It's a D8. Cute.
Ooh.
Cute.
Very pretty dice. Yep. A 2. I've read every book in the world's greatest libraries. Or I like to boast that I have.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we either like reading or we brag about it?
Yeah, a little bit of both. Okay. We like to talk about how we are such a great reader, and we've been to amazing library. We've been to the King's Library before. We read that book.
We've been to the Forbidden Library that nobody knows the location of before.
Yeah, obviously we can lead you right there. Even though it's like lost to time, you know, we know exactly where that is. Duh.
So we could build the parent element on this saint. If we had a cloistered scholar background and we were like, oh, we got library access, we could say, oh, we got into this because of our parents.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, or I mean, I guess you could go either way, but you would end up with, you can explain how you got it in any way you want, which again we'll get to.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
It will be fun. Okay. Now we're gonna roll for our ideals. So these tend to be things, just like what, if you're stuck in like decision making, this will help you to like make a decision, kind of, because it gives you what you value above anything else. Yes, ma'am, a d6, but it's also going to give us if we are neutral, good, lawful, chaotic, or evil. Ooh. Our ideal is knowledge. The path to power and self-improvement is through knowledge. So our alignment is neutral.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, okay, now while we're here, we're going to roll for the other half of the alignment. So your alignment just tells you there's like a whole spectrum. It's really, I don't know how to fully explain alignment in like 3 seconds, but your choices are lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good, lawful evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil, or lawful neutral, neutral neutral, or what true neutral is what it's called, or chaotic neutral.
Woo!
Woo! Yep. So it just tells you if you're a good or bad person, pretty much. But we're neutral something.
On the baseline, if we're a good or bad person, you can.
Yeah.
People are dynamic, so.
Yes.
But at your core, you know.
Yeah. Again, this also just helps you with decision making. If you're like stuck. Yeah. Yes.
4?
What'd you get?
A 4.
Roll again. I should have made you roll a 6.
A 1.
A 1? We are neutral good. Which actually is what they suggested we should be as a Firbolg. So neutral good is you're just a good person. You don't have like a strict moral code. You just do. Let me see. Actually, it's written in here somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say sometimes like some of the characters I've played are chaotic good, and occasionally or chaotic neutral, or if you're struggling with a decision that what would my character do.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's fun to just roll a dice if they're chaotic alignment because maybe they could go either way.
Yeah, chaos, they follow their own conscience. Lawful, they follow like the law or like their own set of morals. Neutral good is they help people according to their needs. So sometimes that might not be like the most legal thing. But you know, it's gonna help a person, and that's what they're for. It's a great set.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Okay. Lawful good, Firbolg, cloistered scholar. Let's go. Now we need to roll for our bond. So this is gonna tell us like maybe what connections we have to other people or things. So roll for me a 5.
Mm-hmm.
I've been searching my whole life for the answer to a certain question. I like that. Oh, okay. I don't know what that question is, so I'm excited to figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah, it is sort of a learn while you play game.
Yeah. Like,
a lot of the stuff will make more sense if you do play. I guess the purpose of us walking through character creation is because it feels like the part that
it gets pushed to the wayside a lot. Not a lot of people like building characters.
Yeah, or it's like more independent. Like you might have some friends that want to play and they just say like, oh, build a character, and
Mm-hmm.
you see it and you're like, oh, do what?
Yeah.
I'm so very what?
Or they throw a fat ass textbook in front of you and then say, figure it out.
Yeah, and it is still like there are still new things I didn't know that I'm learning all the time. But even if you just absorb what's happening here, if you're looking to play it, I recommend like either watching other people play or other people build characters too, because otherwise if you just open the book, you might be a little more it might be a little more confusing, which is again why we're walking through it at a
There's a lot of really good playthrough games that you can watch, though, here on Twitch, too. I know there's just, like, the straight-up D&D page. There's a D&D Beyond has one.
Which is a service that you can use to build a character.
Yeah, it's a way you can build a character with an online website. Critical Role is just like the pinnacle of D&D playthroughs. If you want to, I don't know, just a great way if you don't have a group to play with. Watching people play on Twitch or on YouTube is definitely a good way to like figure out how to play the game and see if it's something you're actually interested in.
Yeah, and a playthrough is like a broadcasted version of people playing D&D.
Yes.
So they can be like 3 or 4 hours long. It's like a TV show basically. Yeah. But it's all improvised and live, or it's recorded and but it's live in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Dimension 20 is a good one for like short little 1 hour for 1 hour episodes. Shorter compared to most D&D like actual playthrough. Yeah. Okay, let's do our flaw then, because every character's gotta have flaws.
Yeah, we're a whole person. We're not all.
One. A one? Oh, I was just reading this one. I like it. I am easily distracted by the promise of information.
Ooh, we like knowledge, and we're easily distracted by it.
I feel like this is all fitting together. This all fit together really well. Which, when you build a character, you don't have to roll for these. You can just pick them. But we're rolling for everything because that's just what we do. Interesting. Okay. A neutral good Firbolg cloistered scholar. We love reading and we love bragging about it. Knowledge is our thing that we hold above everything else. We're searching for answers to a question, and that we've been looking for a long time. And we're easily distracted by knowledge.
Easily distracted.
Distracted. Sounds like my kind of player.
What's the next thing, Michaeli?
Okay, we're about to get into the most complicated and confusing part. Yeah.
Well, I want to know if our Firbolg is
Oh yeah, we have to do that part. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Before we get to the scary stuff.
Yeah,
the math. Okay, we have to roll for our gender and the first letter of our name.
Am I going for a D4 or a D6?
Do a D6.
All right.
I'm gonna fix these charts one day.
A 6.
A 6? We are non-binary.
Woo
woo. Nice. Non-binary Firbolg, neutral good, cloistered scholar.
I see.
Spicy indeed.
All right. What is so we're doing the first letter of our name? Yep. Okay.
We're getting sorry, I just saw Saint's message in the chat. I am so sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It's all a little complicated.
It's good. We're gonna go through it like it'll be so easy. What number?
23.
23. The first letter of our name. Oh, it's an F.
An F. Okay, so
I don't think we've gotten an F before. I mean,
we have not.
Our dragon's name is Fern, but
that's true.
Yeah.
I will say we are rolling for all of these things and saying like D4, D6, D8.
Oh yeah.
Those are the dice, the different dice sides. You don't have to, when you make a character, you don't have to do that. We're just doing it to like randomize and make a new character each time. Yes. So, if you have thoughts about what our non-binary Firbolg should be named, starts with an F, please put them in chat as we go to this
math
part. The only reason that it's more complicated next is because it involves the math.
Yes.
And sometimes, or at least for me, that was the part that nobody explained, and they just did it for me, and so I never knew what was happening.
Yep.
So we'll go through this slower.
Very slowly.
Yes.
So.
But we're going to roll for our...
We're going to roll for our class, because our class is going to determine... So we have these 6 ability scores, which are those little yellow-orange bubbles in the middle. That's strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. We're going to get some numbers to put in there, and they're going to, based on how high or low they are, it's going to tell us how good we are at a thing. So we're going to...
Right, so the ability scores are, half of them are physical and half of them are mental. These are the core skills that the core scores that we have that will influence how good we are at any given thing. Whether it's making a skill check, so like researching history,
we'll do an intelligence.
Roll a dice, but yeah, or that sort of thing. It comes from intelligence. The higher the better, yes.
Yes. It's so 10 is the number 10 is going to be our baseline, where that's like we're average. That's your average shopkeeper, but we're adventurers, so we're going to have numbers, hopefully, fingers crossed, closer to like 16.
Right. And there are a couple different ways that people determine what the numbers are that go in these like bubbles.
Yeah.
There are 3. My brain is gonna run dry.
You're doing great.
Tell us about one of them, Michaela.
Okay, so one of the ways you can get your scores is through a system called, I guess I'll start with standard array. It just gives you a set of 6 numbers. I think the numbers are like 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And you just place those however you want. So that's a good way if you're starting for the first time. You just look up what the numbers are and you just place them. You rank your scores using those numbers. So 8 is going to be, obviously that's below 10. So you're probably going to put that in place. Not good at it. Yeah, you're going to put it in a place that you're not good at. The other way is point by, where it gives you numbers 8 through 15, and then do you want to explain it? I'm trying to think this through. You have 27 points, and you can use them to buy a number.
But you start at, point by is a little confusing. We're not going to do that one.
No.
But it's a way that it's more flexible on where you put the numbers and how you add them up. You have a certain amount, though, that you can buy and put in different places. But we're not doing either of those. We're doing the one that involves dice, because we love dice.
Yes.
So this one involves taking your D6, taking 4 D6,
That's just your regular dice.
And you roll them 6 times because there are 6 ability scores. And you take note of the totals, except you remove the lowest roll. So, for example, that's really sad, McKaylee.
Did you roll low?
You know, it's an average score. So I rolled a 1, a 1, a 4, and a 6. So I would remove one of the ones.
Yeah.
So then we write down the total 11, which McKaylee will do.
Yep, I'm doing that. I'm totally doing that. That's what I'm doing.
And then we do that 6 more times. Or we do that 5 more times.
Yes.
And that'll give us the numbers that we get to use. So let me just... And this is the part where you have to add numbers, and it's harder than it seems.
But Claire's doing it, so it's okay.
So this is a 9.
Okay. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, so 10 is average. Like, literally, like that. Oh, dear God, Claire, no! Roll better. What are you doing?
7.
A 7?
Listen, you guys, you gotta work with me here today, all right?
Have we rolled that low before?
Oh, God.
Oh my God.
All
Claire.
right.
This character's gonna suck at everything.
There's another 11.
Put your dice in jail. What are you doing? Get new dice.
Okay, buds. I believe in you this time. Just please don't fail me. I did it, McKaylee. I said it, and then they did it for me.
Positive talk. I love it.
That's a 17.
Whoa! Okay, that makes up for it a little bit.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best. I have 7 D6s because I have 7 sets. I'm just... Oh my God.
Come on, Claire.
All
what
right.
are you doing?
Positive talk. Okay, you guys, I love you so much.
This is the last one. Last chance.
I can't add. Oh my gosh. 13.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, before we figure out where they're going to be placed, let's roll. We're going to roll for what our class is. So your class is what type of adventurer you are, whether you're a rogue, a wizard, a cleric. But that also, it's also going to tell you which of these stats you want the highest. So.
All right. Class.
Yes, class. Roll a d20, please.
Okay, I trust my d20s because
oh my God.
I can't actually roll poorly here because it's just,
Yeah, well.
That didn't roll at all. I just
dropped.
15.
15. Roll again. I only have 14 classes.
1.
Another artificer. Our other cloistered scholar was an artificer. So an artificer is, it depends on, there's different types, but basically the class is one of the most recent additions to the, set. It is, Iron Man, I think is what it was like. I feel like it was based off of Iron Man. Like, you're a builder, you're a tinkerer.
You invent
Yeah, you invent stuff.
And you might have some magic depending, or you might be able to infuse magic in things depending on.
Yeah, so you're a magical builder. You're like Bob the Builder.
So when you decide or roll your class, as we have, we get certain things, but the thing to note here that we want to do with our numbers is what we are the best at.
Which we are the best at Constitution. Which Constitution is your immune system. Basically, it's how hardy you are. And also intelligence. Which makes sense. Oh, because we already have proficiency in Arcana and History, which the little words underneath the bubbles are subsets of the...
Well, they're the skills.
Yeah,
that... So all of these written things underneath the bubbles are the skills that relate to the ability score they're below.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're below. So it's good that we are good at intelligence because we are good at arcana and history. So mechanically we would get extra numbers to add to arcana and history.
Okay. I'm going to start telling you where numbers should be placed, but first the question is the best question. My favorite question. What do we want our dump stat to be? Do you want to explain what a dump stat is?
I'll be very honest. I only recently realized what dump stat meant. People talk about it like it's known by everyone.
Oh, yeah.
So we have some very low
numbers.
Stats.
Yep.
That we rolled just now. The dump stat is the one we care the least about.
Yep.
So this is where we decide if we are what we're bad at. Are we bad at charisma? Maybe we're bad at charisma.
I think we're just not. We're maybe a really like sweet person, but we're just not good with people. I think that's our thing. Okay, put the 7 there.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Okay, so the 17, which is our highest number, we should put that in intelligence because we're going to use intelligence for casting spells.
Yes.
So, yeah. And then the 13 should go in Constitution.
Dump with a P.
Yeah, dump. Like, you're just dumping all of the, like, bad stuff in there is, like, kind of how I imagine it. Like, it's just... So our dump stat for this podcast has tended to be strength. Where we've made a lot of really weak babies. Yeah, so you just, you know, it's just the stat that you kind of... You give them shit, and it sucks. I like to always have mine be, like, low in strength, because unless I'm playing a barbarian, oh boy, then I want my strength to be fucking 24 one day. It's the goal in life.
Yeah, you can do that.
But low charisma is also really fun sometimes, because you just can be, like, really awkward, or you can be, like, super, like...
Shy.
Yeah, super shy. Oh, God, I play a character in another campaign that's super shy, because... then I don't have to talk to people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The sole purpose. I don't like talking to people, or, well, characters. For some reason. I don't know. It's a dilemma. It's a weird thing. Okay, so 13 in Constitution.
Okay.
Okay. I think we should put an 11 in strength.
Okay.
So then we have, because we have the mod. So from our race, we got to add numbers to different stats. So so Claire wrote those little baby numbers underneath them. So we're gonna be able to add +1 to this. So that'll make it a 12. Which will make it even. Which we'll explain why that's important in a bit.
What is next? What are we putting in wisdom and dexterity?
So we have an 11 and a 9.
Okay.
I think, and you can disagree with me, I think we should put the 9 in dexterity, because it would be really cute if we're just a, like, giant clumsy.
I like that.
Because we're a half giant, and we're just, like, maybe we just are really awkward and, like, lanky and just running into stuff.
No, that's really cute. Okay, and sometimes this is a moment where a lot of people are like, okay, D&D is like a video game. I have to optimize my character to be the best that they could possibly be. And you can do that, and it's fun. But similar to how we are like, charisma really low, we're bad at talking.
Yeah.
You could totally make them we could have given them a 7 intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
and they would just be a really bumbling artificer who's still learning or something like that. It would still be fun.
Oh boy, that would be really, really bad.
It would be so silly and dumb, and you would be useless.
You
but
would
it would be
fail
cool.
everything all the time. I mean, it's fine to fail things that you're not supposed to be good at, but like, if you're an artificer, you should be smart. Like, that's just.
That's the amazing part about the choice. You get to pick where you want it to be. Yeah. So, right now, I'm going to add these little additions I have to the side that we took from our race of Firbolg, so that we can do the math part, the more math part in a moment.
Math. Exciting. This part is the most confusing. We'll just show a formula and then maybe just fill in all the numbers. Do we want to do it for every? We'll just we'll need to do it for every single.
12.
That's the easiest.
So now, what we're about to do is we're about to give all of our ability scores their modifier, which is what we add to our dice rolls.
Yes. So if we're rolling to see if we're able to pick something up, maybe that's like super heavy, we'll roll strength, and then we're going to add a number to it. We're not adding 12 to it, but we are going to calculate what that number is from the 12.
Right, so we take 12, our score.
Yeah.
And we subtract 10. Because remember, 10 is the average of people, like a regular townsperson.
Regular barkeep, or farm boy.
That gives us 2. Next, we're going to divide it by 2.
Yes.
And that gives us our modifier, which in this case is 1.
Then you put the positive or negative in front of it, because it can be a negative number, which it will be for some of ours. You can add a modifier, like, multiple times in a game, or you can go through a session and never have to do, like, worry about your modifiers. I've had both happen to me.
Generally, it'll be something where let's say, because we have strength here, let's say I'm like, okay, I want to go jump over that creek because I need to get to the other side and I don't want to get wet.
That'd be more dexterity.
Well,
but
you're right. You're right. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to carry this big barrel. I'm carrying this big barrel over the creek with me. And then you say that you're going to do that and the DM might go,
well, can you roll me a strength check?
And then I would roll a d20, and I would add 1, so I'd get an 8. And so
you would probably fail.
And I would fall into the creek.
Yeah.
But I could try again, and I would maybe have to roll another. So there's not like a limit on how many times you can roll.
What might happen, though, if, say, you're trying to, like, pick a lock, and Claire rolled an 8 to pick a lock, and the dungeon master will have, like, a number in mind that they have to beat to get the lock open, based on, like, how hard they think the task is. And if Claire rolled an 8 and failed, maybe she kind of, like, busted something in the mechanism. She can roll again. It might just be, like, harder for her to do. So you can like, just keep it. How D&D works with these modifiers, essentially, is you say what you want to do, and then the dungeon master decides what kind of roll you're making and what modifier you add to it. So, I mean, if you say, just going back to the saying, like, you want your character to fly, you could just be like, hey, I want my character to fly, and then the dungeon master will be like, well, I mean, okay, describe to me how you're going to do that, and then we'll make a roll to see if you succeed.
Yeah, so. Like if you were to say, I'm just going to jump off this tree.
Yeah.
Then maybe you would roll, like, an acrobatics check to see if you can coast a little before you fall.
Yeah. Which, so sometimes it'll be straight off of the strength, dexterity, constitution, all those. But sometimes it might be specific to, like what Claire just said, acrobatics. An acrobatics check instead of, like, yeah. Which, based on what we're good at, what we're highlighting, you'll have a higher modifier. You add something else to it, which we're not going to go over that. That's, like, a little...
Right. And to answer your question about the, you don't know what you need to succeed on something. It's different for everything, and that's what the dungeon master decides in their head what the base threshold is, what the challenge level is. So when you roll, if you're told what kind of check it is, you automatically add the, like, if McKaylee's the DM and she says do a strength check, when I say the number, I've already added my strength score of +1.
So I'm guessing, so you had rolled a 7 and then added 1 to it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Which also what can happen is if you roll a what's called a critical, either a critical 1 or a critical 20, which are the lowest and the highest on the dice, that can either double your failure or double your success. So
yeah, a critical hit is a 20 and a critical miss or critical failure is a 1.
Yeah. Yeah, and so if you roll a 1, you don't add your modifiers to it. You just straight up fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the 20, you generally don't have to. It depends on, sometimes they might make the check that you have to beat like a 25 or something like that, because as you get to higher levels, you might add bigger and bigger numbers.
Right.
The modifiers can get up to the point where you're adding like +12 and stuff like that, so... Yeah. It's a great time.
Cool. Alright, so we're going to do the rest of these modifiers, or we're going to calculate the rest of them. I think we can walk through at least one of the odd numbers.
Yeah. The odd numbers are where it gets complicated because you don't use fractions.
So let's do 13. So the thing with this is that it'll be a 3, but we're not using fractions, so we round down. So this becomes a 2, and then we get a +1 here.
Yep.
And also here. So similarly, we have these negative ones because it's 9 and 7.
Oh boy.
I'm so sad about that.
I think the 7 is the lowest we've rolled. Like,
they're
geez.
abysmally bad at speaking, which is why we're so easily distracted by knowledge. We don't have to talk.
We're a book person, you know. We live with the books and the print. We don't live with the people. People are not our friends.
Is this right? McKaylee is 9.
-10 is -1. Yeah.
But like, is the modifier?
So you are going to you do the same thing where you round down. So you round the 9 down to 8. You round down to the nearest even number. So then that becomes -2 over 2, which will give us a -1.
I mean, the last negative is a 6.
So yeah, so we round that 7 down to a 6.
I'm so sad.
Yep, I've never had one that low before, but that's only because you only get numbers this low if you use the method that we're using. If you use point by or standard array, you won't get anything lower than an 8, which will get you a -1. But, you know, we like to live life dangerously.
So this 17, as we said, round down
to 16.
And the even number is 16. So that's plus. But hey, we're so smart.
Yes.
I know a lot of people who are really smart but not good at talking to other people. So
this is every engineering major ever. You know?
Yeah. Art imitates life. Am I right?
Hey, let's go.
All right.
Yeah, it's some shit rolling. It's a great time.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite characters, though, from Critical Role, the best D&D podcast, was a barbarian with a 6 intelligence, which gives you a -2 modifier. So he was very dumb, but he was adorable, and I loved him.
And his player was so smart.
His player was a genius, and is a genius. I love Travis Willingham. He's amazing. Go see him in a bunch of fucking voice stuff. I don't know what he does besides this.
Wow.
Besides Critical Role.
Dedication to the commitment. What a fan.
I'm such a big fan.
Yeah.
I really am, but like I don't know anything about what he does.
Anything other than
he was in Sonic the Hedgehog, the cartoon. He played the red guy. I know that.
Amazing. That's true fan right here.
I'm the best fan. Okay. That is all for this first very long half of this episode. We're gonna take what?
I was gonna say I think the second half will go a bit quicker because we have less stuff to go through.
Yeah, that's true. We have to go through Artificer, which is always fun. This is the class I know the least about.
Right.
Probably. So actually, Wizard's probably the least. Because Wizards... I'm glad we didn't roll a Wizard. Wizards are so fucking complicated, it's annoying.
They're complicated.
I hate Wizards.
But we're going to take a 10-minute break just to go grab some water, maybe some snacks or something.
Go to the bathroom, all that fun stuff.
Yeah. But we'll be back to go over class information and then to, like, figure out what our backstory is, which is honestly my favorite part. And I'm looking forward to that part the most.
Yes. Also, yes,
and
D&D players do have fans. Mostly Critical Role.
Yeah, it's mostly the ones that are broadcast for people to see so that they can have fans.
Yeah.
If you just play at home, no one's gonna see it.
Yeah.
No one's gonna know.
They do it. Yeah, they do it on a public platform. They're all voice actors, so they are. It's their job to play D&D. Their job is to play D&D. God, the fucking dream.
Would be wild.
Oh, I want that so bad in my life.
Maybe it'll happen. Who knows?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
But yeah. So we're gonna go on a 10-minute break, and in the meantime, if you guys have any names that start with F, put them in the chat.
Yes. We're going to come back in 10 minutes. We're going to continue building this character because we got a lot more to do. Yes. I'm glad you have enjoyed it so far, Saint. We'll see you guys in a bit.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Let's go.
Well, that's not right.
I don't know why I get I'm totally fine whenever we get started. And even 10 minutes before we get started. But 2 seconds before we get started, I have the panics and
the panics.
Which that should be a band name. The panics.
Well, I mean, we have Panic at the Disco. That's one. That's kind of. Would you be encroaching on the Panic at the Disco brand if you called your band the Panics?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know how those legal things work.
Yeah, I don't know how different.
I'm not a lawyer.
We don't need to be thinking about the legality of the real world right now.
Yeah, nope, because we're going to think about the legality of the Dungeons and
Dragons world.
Yeah.
Welcome back, friends. If you've joined us during the break, we are rolling for a new character, and so far, they are a neutral good Firbolg artificer. That's a cloistered scholar. If you'll notice, we're on a pretty blank looking sheet right now, because I'll show you what we did in the first half.
Also, that's Claire, and I'm McKaylee.
Oh, yes. That's
I feel like we should say
Claire.
That. Just in case.
That's McKaylee. Oh, wait.
What?
That's McKaylee. I forget where you exist. What?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Listen, from my end, you're above me, but I know from the broadcast end, I'm above you.
Yeah. You're
actually
I don't know.
I don't know
what's happening. I'm so confused.
It doesn't matter.
We're anddragons. Cheese.
Yeah, cheese. But we're moving on.
Yes, that's the past.
We're really sparsely put together today.
Yeah. As per usual, the shared brain cell is somewhere between us in, I don't know, what's between, okay, this is going to sound so dumb. Are we bordering, are our states bordering? Claire's in Louisiana, I'm in Texas. I don't know geography, okay, I'm dumb.
We are bordered. We're bordered. We're right.
We're like that. Okay, cool. So we're closer than I thought. I thought there was I don't know. I don't want to say. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Do you think there was another state between us? Is that what you're saying?
Like a little sliver. I don't know. I don't want to say. You're gonna say I'm dumb.
No, you're not. I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know geography. I know Texas is in the middle. Florida's over here. California's over there. New York's up there. That's all I know. Somewhere along the way we passed through.
You're just very low on intelligence. It's okay.
I got lots of points in charisma though.
Yeah.
Hey. And I'd say dexterity. I think if I were to build myself, I have good dexterity and charisma.
Yeah.
Maybe not wisdom.
I would agree with that.
I don't think I got the wisdom or the intelligence. I think charisma's the only mental stat that I have high.
I think my wisdom is pretty high.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Claire, you're like a fountain of good thoughts and you just have you're a wise soul.
That's great.
Yeah, that's not what I am. I'm a dumbass.
And it works. This dynamic, it works.
It's a great time.
So,
it's a great time.
If as we're continuing on to describe more about our class, which is artificer, if you have suggestions for a name for our non-binary Firbolg that starts with an F, the name starts with an F, please put your recommendations in chat. Oh, I see some. Beautiful.
Thank you,
Mark. We will let those linger for a bit.
Yeah. Let it
and then
settle.
Well, let's fill out our sunflowers.
Sunflowers. Okay. So our sunflower, we already have our speed, which is 30. So that's just how far we can move in a turn. A character takes up a 5x5 space. so we can move 6 of those spaces in 1 turn, of combat. That's all that means. And then let's do our initiative. I just realized what our initiative is. Your initiative is your dexterity modifier. And that's what you add to see how quickly you react in combat. So when your turn is. So we have a -1.
That's okay. We're long and lanky, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we're also not paying attention. We only pay attention to knowledge. Like,
that's true. We don't care about fighting as much, maybe.
Yeah, we're not here for the fights. We're here to read. We're here to learn and
we are the friend that brings a book to the movies.
Yeah.
And to the restaurant.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that that's bad.
No, that's just the personality trait we got here.
Yeah, no, because we thirst for knowledge.
Yeah. For sure.
Right.
Okay, so that's our initiative. Let's do our AC, which is our armor class. So that's going to be how hard it is to hit us. As an artificer, we get... we got to make a choice. Claire, we either get studded leather armor or scale mail. So that's going to give us different things. So yes, please roll a d4. If it's odd, we'll do the first. If it's even, we'll do the second.
4.
A 4, it's going to be scale mail. I love scale mail. It's so pretty. So,
nice.
This is so bad. Why did we make dex negative? Okay. So dexterity also goes into your armor class. So in the player's handbook, it tells you what to add to get your armor class. So if we're wearing scale mail, that means we add 14 plus our dex modifier. So
yeah.
14 plus -1. So our AC is 3, which is actually, that's not super bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It would be nice, since we are wearing scale mail, it would be nice to have a higher, to like have it make up for.
Yeah.
Because also with scale mail, something that it tells you in the book is we get disadvantage on stealth checks. Because of it, because it's clunk, it like makes a lot of noise and stuff. So what disadvantage means is that we're going to roll 2 d20 dice, and we're going to take the lower one, and then add our stealth modifier, which is also going to be negative because our stealth is still based on dexterity. So. Oh, geez, we're gonna be so shit at stealth. That's always the first thing that I like to make stealthy characters. I make all of my characters have good stealth. So I've never really built characters that wear, like, heavy armor, like scale mail or chain mail or any of that stuff. I usually wear leather armor or no armor at all.
Didn't Adri have bad?
She did. She's one of the only characters I've made that doesn't have leather armor, because she's a cleric. She needed it. So she can't stealth. And it made me so sad, because I love being stealthy. I played a rogue for a year. So I'm all about that, man. Plus 12 stealth. Let's go.
Now we're going to do our hit points.
Yeah!
And similar to every single character we've rolled this entire time, we have hit point dice. So as you level up, you add more hit points because we get stronger and stuff.
Yep. So our
level 3 currently.
Yeah. Which we do level 3 because you tend to get all of your cool shit at that level, and so we want to... Levels 1 and 2, you are more for beginners. Like, if you've never played D&D, it's good to play level 1. And also, sometimes if you are, like, a veteran D&D player, it's fun to do level 1 just because then you can fight, like, I don't know, rabid squirrels. And they'd be like, wow, I haven't fought something like this in a long time.
That's so specific.
I saw a meme about it, so that's why it's on my brain.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the example in the meme, was it was like, you fighting a squirrel, it could kill you, but it's, you know, it's level 1, that's how it is.
Right.
So we do level 3.
Yes, and you get hit dice is what they're called, and it depends on your class. So,
ours, as an artificer, is a D8, which is D8. Average. Some of the more weaker classes, like a sorcerer, which is just like an innate magic user, they get a D6. So they're not very tough. And then some others, like barbarian or fighter, get D10s and D12s. So they're a lot more hardy.
But we're not.
We're average.
So when you're rolling for hit points, you the first level, you get the max. So we get 8.
Yes, which it tells you in the book, yeah.
Right. For each level that we add up, we're adding our constitution. Because that's something you do every level. Claire did not know that. So, I will say it every time.
Yep.
Every level.
So at level 1, we get the max on our hit die, which is 8, plus our constitution, which is 1. So we get 9 hit points at level 1. At level 2, Claire's going to roll for us. Make it good. Not a 2. Is it a 2? Oh, it's a 5. That's okay. That is exactly average. So 5 plus our constitution modifier again. So at level 2, we have 15 hit points. Not bad. Come on, Claire. Roll good. Wow, those are some pretty decent rolls this time. Claire's tended to roll very low for some characters.
Yep. No comment.
Yeah, okay. So that's our total hit points. So that's how many points of damage we can take before we go unconscious. So 20. That's good. It's a good amount.
Yeah. Amazing. All right, now it's time to pick a name.
A name! Thank you, Mark, for your wonderful name suggestions. Wonderful as always. Do you want to say
Would you like to read them? God.
I think I said it first.
Who's to say who said it first?
Do you want to? We can roll for it.
No, I'll do it.
Okay. These are wonderful fantasy names, I will say. I love them. It's just always so much fun trying to pronounce things that you read.
Finmire? That's right? Finmire?
Finmire? Yeah. Finmire.
Barlar. Finland.
Finland.
But have you seen Monty Python's Spamalot?
No.
I don't know if it's in the movie, but in the musical version, there's a song that just goes, Finland, Finland, Finland. That's the country for me. And it's just a song about Finland, and
I love it.
Anyway, Finland. Finhorn. How do you say the last one, McKaylee?
Fengion.
And then we have, this one's a joke. I can't do this one. Farrington.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Mark.
What? That's from Critical Role.
This is from a very popular live action
that we've talked about 5 times.
Live stream. We've talked about it a lot, but there's a character named Darrington.
Yeah. Who is an artificer?
Farrington.
I was looking at them as though they were 2 separate names, and so I was like, Farian and Farrington. Come on, Claire, just What? What's wrong with it?
Hey, Claire, it's fine.
I don't see the problem. I have to say, Fenhorn, all I can think of is Foghorn. Which is that? It makes me think of the chicken guy from Looney Tunes. Foghorn.
Maybe I kind of like something common in a lot of these is Fen, like F-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe our full name is one of the Fins, and then we go by.
That's cute. I really like Fenmar.
Yeah.
Fenmar.
I kind of like that one. I like that one too. All right.
Let's do that. Thanks, you for the names, Mark. We really appreciate it.
Also, we're so bad at keeping track of our activity feed, but thank you for following us.
Thanks.
Very good.
We're glad you've been enjoying this, and if you have any more questions, and this goes to anybody and everybody, if you have any D&D questions, or maybe you just want to ask what the weather is like, I don't know, just feel free to shoot us questions. We love chatting with you guys. That's why we do this live, obviously.
We can't promise that our weather question would be accurate, though, because we're in 2 locations, and it's...
I actually don't know what the weather is right now, because
I also do not know what the weather is like.
Over there.
But hey, we can tell you something that's an answer.
It's hot. I'm in Texas. I can tell you that. That's the constant state of being. Oh, it's 84 right now. 84 degrees. There you go. Weather update.
I didn't even... Degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry. I mean, I'm in Texas.
Well, I know you're in Texas.
Yeah. I saw a great argument for why people should use Fahrenheit, and the argument is that 69 degrees in Fahrenheit is an actual, like, good temperature that you should keep your house at.
It's a temperature that you could actually say...
That you could be at. Nice. You could say it's at a nice temperature. If it's at 69 in Celsius, you're probably dead. Like, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good point, and a very good reason to change the entire world's measuring system to over Fahrenheit. Absolutely.
Be in Fahrenheit, guys. You can have your house at 69 degrees. Yeah. It could be 69 degrees at 4:20 in the afternoon.
You're a child.
I am. Again, Claire, my intelligence score is low. We have gone over this.
Me having this scarf shawl thing on today makes me feel like I'm older than you by like a lot. I feel like a parent.
To clear that up, I'm the older one by a couple months, but you know.
Then act like it.
Fuck you! Oh shit! Oh boy, Claire. I'm about to drive all the way to Louisiana and beat your ass. Come on.
I know that you're not going to follow through on that, so go ahead.
It's so far away. It's so far away.
It really is very far away.
One day we'll be together.
Anyway. The thought of saying anyway was in my head well before you said that, so...
Yeah. I love it.
You know...
Fenmar. Are we gonna say Fenmar or Fenmar?
Fenmar.
How are we pronouncing this name? I mean, they go by Fen.
Fenmar.
I think that's the consensus. Fenmar. This character goes by Fen. Our Firbolg neutral good cloistered scholar artificer.
Fenmar.
Mayar.
Maybe the Y is silent.
Yeah, Fenmar. I love it.
I think it's cute. They're so cool.
They're very cool. So I mean, we haven't really built super much of them. What we built so far, for anyone who's missed the first half of this, is that they love knowledge. Knowledge is their thing. They like books, and they're just like clumsy tall kid who is not very sociable.
Oh, me.
That's pretty much them.
Hello.
Whoa, what's happening, Claire?
I'm just doing that real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lit.
What's... Did you say lit or what?
I said lit. You said what. I think it combined.
I did say what.
Yeah. It was a great time.
we've come into chaos territory, and I think we need to
We've been here this whole time. Where have you been?
I think the reason that we've come into it for me is that
yeah,
the thoughts are floating around in the air now instead of being separate and in our heads. I don't know how to describe that. I can't give you more. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to
I know you're already confused. I can tell.
I'm so confused.
Let's get back on track.
Okay.
What do I need to know about being an artificer, McKaylee?
Being an artificer, Okay, so we got our hit points done. Now we got some proficiencies. So this tells us what we're good at. We are proficient in light armor, medium armor, and shields. So light armor includes all your leathers. I have a problem. And then medium armor is scale mail, chain mail, breastplate, and then shields. It's a shield. I don't know how else to describe that. Okay. We are also proficient in simple weapons. So we can use basically weapons that your average, person can just pick up and wield. So, daggers and spears. Nothing fancy like a scimitar. Oh, excuse me. A scimitar like a greatsword. We can't do any of that stuff. But we can do your simple weapons. Okay. Tools. We have some tool proficiencies, so we can use thieves' tools, which is how you pick locks and stuff, and tinker's tools, which are how you build stuff and stuff. And
how we tinker?
Yeah, how we tinker. So that includes hammers and stuff like that. And then we also get an artisan tool of our choice. So that includes stuff like potter's tools or cook's utensils, brewer's supplies. So we're gonna roll for which one Fenn is proficient in. So if you could roll for me a d20.
A d20?
A d20.
A 2.
A 2. We have brewer's supplies. So we can make alcohol. And honey.
So one of my characters has brewer's supplies, but that's because she's a way of the drunken master, and that's what they get because they're
it's a monk.
The drunken master.
Yeah.
Right, it's a monk. But I decided that she didn't learn from anyone drunk on alcohol. She learned from a fuzzy buzzy, aka a cat bee, drunk on honey. So I requested that my brewer supplies that I received were specifically for making honey. That's it.
It's a great time. We love it.
Yes.
We love it.
And I now also have regular brewer supplies.
Oh, that's right. You do, yeah.
Yeah, because I do.
Yeah, because we leveled up.
Yes.
Hey, yeah, when you level up, you'll get more cool shit. It's great. But this is all stuff that we get at level 1 so far. So we also get more skills. Woo! So we got some skills from our background. We got Arcana and History, which is great because we have options that we choose from a list based on what your class is. For Artificer, they suggest Arcana and History along with some others. So it's great that we are already proficient in that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 choices. Please roll me a d6. Reroll if it's 3 or 6. I mean, not a 3. A 1. We have Investigation.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Now roll a d4. Oh. Because now we only have 4 choices left. So, just so we don't have to reroll.
Oh, it's cocked.
Oh, no.
That's another one.
Medicine.
So
we are good at Arcana is the, like, we know magic stuff. We're good at history, which is, I mean, I think anyone can pick up on what that means. We're good at investigating things. And we are good at medicine. Wow.
Yeah.
So what all that means is that when we, at certain levels, you have a number that you add to these skills that you're good at. And so instead of adding +3 when we roll for Arcana, at level 3 we add +5 because we're good at that. But for religion, we'll still roll +3. So, you know, just makes it so we have more of a chance to to succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all still up to the dice, but we have a better chance of success. So, yeah. Oh, God, I love dice. I don't know if I said this on stream or not. I know I said this to you, Claire, but I'm so excited because my monthly subscription are coming in. Did I say that already on stream? I don't know. I'm so excited. I get 2 more days.
I think you did, but it's good to be excited.
It's so exciting. Because I don't know what they're going to be. They're surprise. They're surprise dice. It's the best part. Okay. Okay, now we got some equipment that we got to go over.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? I'll give you the ones that we have, and then we have some that we've got one we got to roll for. So, we have a light crossbow and 20 bolts. Some dungeon masters will make you track, like, your ammunition. So when you shoot, you gotta, like, retrieve your bolts and stuff like that, and you gotta buy more at stores, but most won't. I at least haven't, like, met any dungeon master that's been super, like, nitpicky on that. But it's good to know. We also have thieves' tools.
We have them?
Yeah, we have them. So we're proficient in them, and we have them.
Something else to note, the proficiencies that we listed just a second ago, those are not things we have. Mm-hmm. Those are things that if we have them, mechanically, we get that proficiency bonus that we get with the skills.
Yeah.
So if we use our thieves' tools, you roll for that, and because we are proficient, we get a little extra.
Yeah. At this level, yeah, we get to add that +2 that we added to our Arcana. So it's pretty lit. And that number increases as you increase levels. So by, like, level 20, you're adding 6. It's a great time. Which 20 is the highest level you can get to. I don't know anybody that's actually made it to level 20, but
a lot of the structured games and things that you can run, I think go to, like, level 11.
Yeah. I know there's a couple that go up to 15. That's the highest I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, you need to have someone who's, like, writing the story themselves, like, completely from scratch to get you all the way up there.
Right.
It's a time. We also have a Dungeoneers pack.
Oh, boy.
Which a Dungeoneers pack there's different packs that have different stuff based on, like, what they need. So, like, a Scholar's pack is going to have, like, writing utensils and stuff. A Dungeoneers pack is going to have torches and probably a pickaxe and stuff. It's all listed. Yeah. There's a whole, in the player's handbook, it tells you what's in each pack. But this is more focused on dungeon crawling stuff. Okay. We also get 2 simple weapons. So, we get to choose any 2, but we don't make choices, because they're dumb. Yeah. So we're gonna roll a 2d20, please. These are all weapons that I took from the player's handbook, specifically.
How many are there?
There are 14.
Tragic that I can never use my high rolls.
I know. It's sad day.
All right, we got a 4 and a 13.
A 4 and a 13. Interesting. Okay, so we have a hand axe. Which hand axes you can use in melee combat, or you can throw them, so they're very like versatile. And then we also have a short bow. Which because we have negative dexterity, we probably want to like refrain from using distanced weapons, because you add your dexterity to those attacks.
But don't you just want to see Finn like chunk a hand axe and just it goes 5 feet?
It'd be wonderful. It would just like, I mean, it'd be great.
It'll be pretty cool.
Yeah. No. But you know, we have the weapons. The good thing is that we are an artificer, so we tend to use different things than just our weapons. In combat. So there's an optional rule also for artificer, where you can have firearm proficiency if your D&D world that your dungeon master created includes firearms. You can, as this class, have proficiency in firearms. Which is listed. Yeah, it's listed in the Dungeon Master's Guide how to include firearms in your game, if you want to. But most worlds don't include them. Or if they do, it's like they're very rare. You might be like the only one who has them or something, like, you know.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. So we get also, at first level, we get magical tinkering. I like this one. It's very weird. You can, so
one of our features?
Yeah, this is one. So we're getting now into our features that we have as a artificer. So we have magical tinkering. So what this is you put a little bit of magic into mundane objects, but to use for spell casting classes, you normally need to have a spellcasting focus, like a wand or a staff, or use components for your spells. For artificer, you use your thieves' tools or your artisan tools to cast spells. I don't really know how that works. I've never played an artificer, but you know, you make it up. But you touch a tiny non-magical object as an action, and you either have it shed bright light in a 5-foot radius, dim light for an additional 5 feet, or it'll emit a recorded message when tapped, but it's no longer than 6 seconds long. And then, or it continuously emits either an odor or a non-verbal sound that's like heard or perceived from 10 feet away. Or there is a visual effect that appears on the object's surface. That can be a picture, up to 25 words of text, lines and shapes, or a mixture of the elements. And so it lasts indefinitely. And you can touch an object and end it early. The maximum number of objects you can do this with is equal to your intelligence modifier. So we can do this to 3 objects at a time. If we do it to 4, then the first one that we did, it just loses its property.
So we could make I was just thinking about it the whole time you were talking.
I saw your face and I was like, I'm ready.
So we could make the book that we're reading shed in bright light when we're reading at night, so that we don't need a night light or anything. We just have our book and we can look at it.
That's really, it might be really bright, but like, yeah. Yeah. You just have to use an action to like start.
Oh, we can look very cool. by opening our book, and then it's like magic, it's light. We can't talk good, but we can do cool stuff.
Maybe, if you make the light go just on like the edges of the pages, then you can still read the pages without it being like too blindingly bright, and then it'll still have the cool like looking out thing.
Yes, that is what I'm thinking. Absolutely.
I love it.
Additionally, we can put a little message in the book, right?
Yeah.
A little 6-second long message.
I mean, that'll be one that we can hear. Yeah.
One that we can hear, or someone else can hear?
No, anyone can hear as long as they're up to 10 feet away.
Depending on, I just love the idea of, we have our book, and maybe there's someone who is like really wanting to read our book, right?
Yeah.
So we put a little message that says, "Please close this book. It is not yours."
Yeah.
And then we close it and we set it down. We're like, "It'll be fine." And then they open our book and they get the message.
Yep.
So they respect it and they put it down. Of course, why would they ignore it, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say if it repeats or not. It might just repeat. I don't know. Maybe it just goes once and it's done. Maybe one of those things. I don't know.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, what else do we get?
Yes. Okay. We also have, as we said before, spell casting. Wow. So yeah, this is one of the classes that uses spells. It's not as spell heavy as, say, like a wizard, but yeah, there are, like, you have some spells. So you use spells by channeling through objects, though. So you have to use your tools, your thieves' tools or an artisan tool, when casting spells. And so there's different components that spells have. They're either verbal, somatic, or material. What this means is that, like, that means, either verbal, like you have to say something; somatic, you have to move your hands; material, you have to have, like, a physical thing. So that can be a thing if you're, like, you're gagged, like you can't cast certain spells, with being an artificer, your spells always have a material component to it, because you always need to have your tools. You need to have access to them, to, like, make things that make the spells happen. You're basically doing, like, quick tinkering as you, like, are on the battlefield. For casting spells. Yeah. So it tells you about, you have certain cantrips, and those are just spells that you can cast whenever. So you have a certain number of those. We're not gonna pick spells or anything, because that's, like, a lot more than what we need right now.
Too much variety.
Too much, yeah. Yeah, we, as an artificer, so some classes you have spells and you just know them, as they're called prepared spells. As in certain other classes, including artificer, you pick your spells every morning. So every morning you, like, study and you decide, of your artificer spell list, you decide which of those you want to have prepared for just the day. And then the next day you can, like, take some off that list and add some.
Which is my favorite way to do spells, and McKaylee's least favorite way to do spells.
I hate it, because you have to plan out then, like, every day you have to be like, well, now I gotta decide, which it's not like every day, like, as in the beginning of the session, it's like every day in game. So it could be, like, several times a session where you're just, like, going through the spell list while everybody else is, like, chilling and having, like, fantasy breakfast. You're, like, picking your spells for the day, and it's like, oh my god, I don't know. And sometimes then I pick the wrong spell, and then we're in a situation where it's like, man, I could have used that spell, Calm Emotions, and that would have been perfect for the situation, but I prepared it yesterday, and I didn't prepare it today, and then it's a problem.
I like it for the variety.
Yep. This is a great time. It's a great time. Spells are complicated. I also don't normally play spellcasters. I play the classes that are more, you just take a big stick and you hit somebody with it.
Yeah.
I like
but
those.
Because it is a little more complicated, let's explain what we're going to, which I believe is our spellcasting ability. Is that right? Or
yes.
Do we have a certain...
Our spellcasting ability is intelligence. So different classes use different stats as their ability modifier. So we are an intelligence-based spellcaster. Wizards also use intelligence. I think warlocks and bards use charisma. Clerics and druids use wisdom. So it's always mental stuff, but we are intelligence based. Like we get our casting from our knowledge. So we have a spell save DC, which is our difficulty class. So if we cast a spell that requires somebody to roll to maybe dodge, like make a dexterity check, or they need to like it's a poison thing, so they need to make a constitution check. They will roll and try and beat our DC. And that's going to be 8 plus our proficiency bonus, which at level 3 is 2. Plus our intelligence modifier, because that is our thingy thing. Our spellcasting ability. I forgot words.
Our thingy thing. Yeah.
Our thingy thing. So our DC is 13. So if anybody's like trying to save from one of our spells, they have to roll higher than a 13 or they fail and probably take like, you take more damage or, some things happen. It's all described in the spells. When we cast attack spells, so this is something like Magic Missile. It's a good, easy one to understand because it's just, you're literally casting a magic missile at somebody. You add an attack modifier to hit them. So ours is just going to be our proficiency bonus plus our intelligence modifier. So,
which this one like we've been talking about this, but this one changes.
Yeah.
Based on your level. So it is one of those things that will be updated.
Yeah, as we get to higher levels, we'll be even better.
As we get to higher levels.
Yeah, we'll be even better at hitting people with spells. And our DC, I know, like, sometimes your DC gets all the way up to, like, 21 or something. And then they have to, like, really roll well to beat your stuff. It's a time. For sure. Fuck! You know what I didn't make a chart for that I said I was going to last time, but I was like, it'll be fine. Fuck! Me!
The items that we need to infuse?
Yes! Okay, so our next thing, that's all for spell casting. That whole confusing spiel. We get another cool thing at second level. We are able to infuse items with magic. So this is a little bit more magical than our the magical tinkering. That's very like minute magic, very simple. Infusing an item, you get to do like a lot more to it. So you have, when we learn this at second level, we get 4 artificer infusions to learn, which this is what last time I have a table for everything that we roll on that I've made.
Yes.
This is something I didn't make a table for because I didn't realize, because I'd never made an artificer before, and I was like, you know what, I'll make a table so that next time we roll an artificer I'll be prepared. Guess it didn't do that. Fuck.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm gonna improvise. It's gonna be a great time. But so let's pick our artificer infusions, and then I'll go over how we infuse items.
Naturally.
After that.
And these are like mundane items with magical things, and they're I think they're generally permanent, the infusions that we make. I could be wrong, but
It's I think you have like a certain number, so it's the same thing as the other one, where like if we make over our max, the first one, the oldest one that we infused, it'll just go back to being a normal item.
Right. That makes sense.
You talk about something for 2 seconds.
Oh, yep.
Because I'm gonna make a real quick chart in my head.
Naturally, of course. There is something that we missed that we didn't mention about the spell casting that artificers have. And it's that we have what's called ritual casting. So some spells you have, like, there's only a certain amount of times that we can cast spells in a day. But if we have a spell prepared and it has what's called a ritual tag, it means that we can take more time to cast that spell, which is kind of cool. Means that you're not using a slot that you might want to use for combat or something like that. Something fun about spells. There are so many spells, and sometimes, and a lot of people don't have the player's handbook, which is like the main source book, rule book, with all of the information in it. And, there's a lot of additional source books that have more spells in them. But there's actually some really cool apps, and I just wanted to share the one that I use for spells. It's very cool. It's called D&D Spells, 5e. Who would have guessed it, right? If you didn't know, the 5e stands for 5th edition, because this is indeed a game from the 80s, and it's not the same. Nay. It is 5 editions different than the original. Look at that. An original-looking 1st edition.
It is
box of Dungeons and Dragons.
Are you kidding me?
I was on my infomercial zone, so I just had to say it like it was fake, but that's real.
It's real. It was my dad's.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's look it up. D&D Spells 5e. It's very useful, especially when you're playing and you don't have a book, or you don't want to like constantly be looking up what spells mean. Which if you play a spellcaster, you're gonna have to know what spells you have and what they mean.
That's the hard part of playing spellcasters. You have to know what it's going to do, because sometimes a spell will, like the wording, you'll like read it quickly and be like, oh, I'll cast the spell real quick, and then you'll realize like after you cast it that it's going to hurt your friends. And so like, you want to have a tool like that so you can quickly look up and like read through.
Or you can read through meticulously and make a plan that you tell no one about, and then you succeed on your non-devious plan.
I wouldn't say so. Claire's referring to a moment in our campaign, several maybe, but where Claire makes plans. Are you talking about the dream one or the false life?
We can talk about the dream one, sure.
Okay, the dream one, it was not. Yeah, I was thinking about the one where Renarin, you made him look like he was dead. That didn't succeed, because then he killed himself right after. So,
no, it succeeded.
What?
You don't know what my plan for that spell was.
Did you make him not die?
Well, yeah, but the definition of not dying in that case was not dying by another's hand. You know what I mean?
You wanted him to kill himself.
No, I didn't. I didn't want him to die, period. My character didn't want him to die, period.
Yeah.
But to be fair, once things came back, she left the room.
She did.
Because she didn't want to see that.
That was a clusterfuck of shit that was going on in that room. Because
it was a wild time.
I mean, he killed himself, and then my character, who was evil at the moment, newly evil, had to bring him back to life. No.
Let's not throw around that this character killed himself.
Well, he did it because he was cursed.
The character was cursed, and until they reached 0 hit points, the curse would not be, and like we're fully gone, the curse would not be lifted. And the curse, spoilers if you're playing Curse of Strahd.
I don't think this was an actual curse. I think this was something our DM threw at us. I don't think this was in the book. Yeah. Well, I think this was just because Renarin was like a dick.
Well, maybe spoilers for Curse of Strahd. I have no idea. But yeah, the curse is that anytime any of the other players took damage, we didn't take damage. That character took damage.
Which he was our squishy warlock. It was really rough. It's really rough, man. We went through several battles with it like that, which was great for the rest of us, but you know.
Right. So my character didn't agree with
everyone wanting to kill him.
Being like, I'll just die and then the curse will break. My character didn't want that, so
because we determined he could die and we could bring him back to life and it'd be fine.
Yeah. Well, there's ramifications that she was worried about, but this is so specific.
It really is.
All I'm saying is that it's fun to make plans with your spells because you can use them for more than just combat and like more than just like you can be really creative with the ways you use your spells, and I think that's like one of the most exciting parts with why you get to choose spells every day. That's why I like that.
Oh boy. Okay.
And that's been this week's story time with Larry.
Who's Larry?
VeggieTales.
Oh, I didn't really watch VeggieTales super much when I was a kid.
I didn't either, but that's ingrained in my head because
I love that. I mean, I only know the song mostly. I mean, like I watched it like Bible school once or twice when I did that a little bit, but I know the song because people would sing it on the bus every single day.
Is it the hairbrush one?
No, like the theme song.
Oh, I was gonna say everyone knows the "Oh, Where Is My Hairbrush" song.
I don't know if I know that one.
Listen, look it up later because
you're not gonna sing it for me.
So annoying. It'll be so annoying. I can't do it justice.
Why would I look it up then?
Because I told you to. I don't know.
Oh boy. Okay. Whoa, Claire. Hold on. Technical difficulties. I'm sorry. Everything looks weird. Okay. I wasn't prepared for this to happen. That's what happens when we talk too long. And Claire froze. Everybody ready? Claire's about to pop out of the call, and I'm going to have to be alone. Come back, Claire. Come back. Are you back? You're back. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My internet's unstable.
Wonderful. We love
someday
it.
soon I'll get our cheat back too.
Yep. It's okay. We can just chill here. We can just keep talking about random shit while you get that set up.
Listen, we've been talking about nothing for like 5 minutes at least.
Oh yeah. It's a great time, you know? But we've been talking about characters in D&D, and I think, that's not nothing. That's something, and that's great something.
You're right. But, I'm hold on.
We should get back to building Fen.
I'm ready to return whenever you are.
Are you ready for transition music?
I am if you are.
Oh, God. Sorry, that made me just think of in our photo shoot with Mark. When I was flirting with you in the picture.
Oh, you were trying to flirt, and it was.
Oh, it was wonderful.
It was cute. Okay, it was.
You just laughed at everything I did.
I know, because I just didn't believe anything you said.
Yeah, well, I didn't believe anything I said either. I was being a character.
your problem.
Yeah.
Well, you have to believe what you're saying.
I know I have to believe what I was saying, but I was also, like, just fucking around with you, and so I wasn't, like... Also, I was flirting with you, that's weird.
That is weird, you're right.
It's weird. I don't do that with you. I mean, it's not that you're, like, I am bisexual, I flirt with girls. It's that you're my best friend.
Yeah.
And it was weird.
I think also because I know you, and I know that you're not like that normally.
That's not how I flirt.
So I just, like, see right through everything. It's, you know.
It's great time. Great times. Casino. Should we go back?
Yeah, you ready?
Yes. Let's do this thing.
Oh no.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back. I hope you enjoyed our theme music.
It'll never change.
Nope.
And by that I mean it changes every time.
Yes, it does. I've started to sing that song though a lot. Fuck, what's the song? Come and get your love. Come and get your love.
All right.
Okay.
Let's carry on with our artificer infusions.
Yes, I am ready for you to roll a D10. I have 9 infusions that there's a whole list of infusions that we can add to mundane objects. But some of them you don't get till 14th level. 10?
I don't know which way.
Claire, I only have 9. I said that. I thought. It's okay. I need you to roll again. 3?
Yeah.
3. Let's see. That's 1, 2. We have an enhanced, have the artificer infusion, enhanced arcane focus. So the item that we can infuse is a rod, staff, or wand. This requires attunement. So certain magical items you need to have what's called attuned to you. You have to spend an hour with them. And then you have a max of 3 items that can be attuned to you. So this is another one that we have to be attuned. So we get, while using this item, we get a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls, or whatever creature is wielding this. So we can do this to our party members. We can do this to one of their wands or staffs. So they get +1 to bonus to spell attack modifiers. And they also ignore half cover when making a spell attack. So normally if a creature is covered, half covered, then they get a bonus to their armor class. So it's harder to hit them because, you're hiding. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So this ignores that completely. So they don't get a bonus for half cover. But the bonuses increase when you reach 10th level. So you can make that bonus a +2 wand. Wand staff or whatnot. Okay. That is our first artificer infusion. We get 3 more. Okay. Roll another d10. Well, I guess actually roll a d8.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Roll a d8.
3 again.
Wow, okay. We get, that's really easy because it's right next to it. We get enhanced defense. So the item we infuse is a suit of armor or a shield. The creature then that wearing the armor or wielding the shield, they get a +1 bonus to their armor class. And then again, the bonus increases to 2 when you reach 10th level. That's pretty nice.
Okay.
Roll.
That's pretty nice.
Fuck, I didn't get it. Sorry, it was a fly. Roll another d8. Yeah. What is
Guess
it?
what I rolled?
Is it a 3?
Yeah.
You gotta roll again, because we're still using an 8. Oh, wait. No. Never mind. Don't roll again. It's fine. Brain. Dumb. We have enhanced weapon.
Okay.
I'm all over the place right now. So we have enhanced weapon. So the item we can infuse is a simple or martial weapon. So we know what simple weapons are. Your farm boy weapons. Martial weapons are your fancy ones, like tridents and scimitars and great axes. So we get the weapon then gets a +1 bonus to attack and damage. So you damage a little bit more, and then the bonus increases to 2 at 10th level. Well, that's pretty lit.
Now do I roll a 6?
Yes, ma'am. If you roll a fucking 3, I'm gonna like throw something.
I rolled a 4.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, not that one.
No, you don't have to throw anything at all.
Okay, this one is called Mind Sharpener. So, the item you infuse is a suit of armor or robes. So what this does, the item has 4 charges. When you fail a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell, so if you're in battle and you're concentrating, some spells require concentration. If you get hit with damage, you have to roll to maintain your concentration. So if you fail one of those rolls, you can use a reaction to expend one of the charges to succeed instead. It regains 1d4 charges daily at dawn. So what it does, it sends it. What it says, like if you want to know the flavor of it, it sends a jolt to the wearer to refocus their mind. So
These all feel like things that specifically help us in ways that we are not great.
Yeah, it works out pretty well.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
we are more knowledge based, so we're arming ourselves with means of being better defended or sharper, or you know. Just saying, it makes some sense.
Yeah.
Story wise.
So, your infusions you do whenever you finish a long rest. You do it with a non-magical item. Based on, the ones that I told you. So you can't do this to an already magical armor that's already like +1 and then make it +2. It has to be just a regular set of armor or a regular whatever. It remains on the item indefinitely. When you die, though, which is quite possible, your infusion vanishes a number of days equal to your intelligence modifier. So 3 days after we die, all of our infusions go away. Yes. Also, when we increase in levels, we can switch out which infusions we know. If we want different ones, we also get more infusions as we increase. There's a whole list of them. But if we decide that like maybe Mind Sharpener, we're like we're not using that, we want to replace that one with another one. When we level up, we can switch that out, and then anything that's using Mind Sharpener loses its magic.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see. The maximum number of our objects are based on your level. So there's a table for artificers. You can have at 3rd level, 4 infusions, which we rolled for, and you can have 2 items infused. So we can't use all of our infusions all the time. We only have 2 going at once. But every day, we can change what has the magical property. Yeah.
You've got some variety.
For sure. Okay. That's everything for level 2.
Yeah.
Now we get to level 3, which I'm going to tell you before we pick At level 3, you get your subclass, which is your artificer specialist. But I'm going to read you something else we get at level 3 before we roll for that. Because we're going to go to a different page. So this one is called The Right Tool for the Job. At level 3, you know how to produce what tool you need. So you can use whatever thieves' tools or artificers' tools you have and magically create a set of artisans' tools. So if you wanted cook's utensils, and I mean we don't have that, we could just spend, you spend an hour of uninterrupted work, which can happen during a short or long rest. We can just make the tools for it and then be able to do that. We won't have proficiency in it, but we will have it if maybe another party member is proficient in it, or we want to just take a stab at it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The tools are non-magical, and they only last until you make another set of items. So you can't make all of the artisan's tools. You can only have one set at a time.
Do you think silverware is considered a tool?
Well, it's specifically artisan's tools. So what's listed, there are 17 artisan's tools. I guess you could say they would probably come...
Cook's utensils!
Yeah, and cook's utensils. That's what I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, so...
I'm just, considering that our evil character last week
collects spoons.
Collects silverware.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If we needed to get out of a tricky situation, we could offer a utensil.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's pretty nice.
That's the exact situation that's going to happen.
Obviously, that's what's coming up for us.
Yeah, of all of the characters we've made, Finmar and Curtis would be the ones to run into each other. Makes the most sense. No one else.
Nope. Definitely. What?
Not the other artificer that we made. No, Finmar would definitely run into
the other artificer we built that is also a cloistered scholar.
Yeah, no, not gonna run into that. Not gonna run into them.
Why would we?
They're gonna run into Curtis, the one that lives in a cave in a mountain.
Yeah. On top of a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of a mountain. That's just need to know that we can make silverware to give to him.
Yeah. Well, if he's gonna be the BBG, like maybe Fenn's gonna get kidnapped and need to get out of a sticky situation, and then hey man, let me buy my freedom with some silverware.
I don't even think we'd say, can we buy our freedom? We would probably just make it and be like,
here you go.
Because, and then we'd make it glow and look
magical,
impressive.
Yeah.
We can't talk to people very good, right?
We can also, so as an artificer with that ability, the magical tinkering, you can have multiple things on one thing at a time. I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me double check before I don't want to just talk out of my ass.
So you're saying a full set of silverware, all glowing, as we offer it to our potential BBEG to get out of the most likely situation, which is that Finmar the artificer would run into someone who lives as a recluse, more or less, in a cave in a mountain.
Yep.
This is only funny to us.
It's it's a great time. It's a great time.
We live off of sarcasm.
Yeah. That's, a good healthy dose of sarcasm every day is needed. Everyone needs that.
Absolutely.
Come on, man.
So,
make you big and strong.
We are here to roll what our subclass is now, though, right?
We are gonna roll for our subclass. Okay, so any class in D&D, you have a subclass that you get most likely at level 3. Sometimes you get it at 2, sometimes you get it at 1. Artificer, we get at level 3, though. And this is kind of what you specialize in as an artificer. So our options are an alchemist, an armorer, an artillerist, and a battlesmith. Our artificer we built before was a battlesmith, so he had they had a like they built weapons, and they had a steel defender, like motioning here because the art has it right here.
They were more battle-y.
Yeah. They were pretty lit. I love them. Their name's Atticus. Okay. But roll a d4. We'll see what kind of artificer we are. 3. We are an artillerist.
Ooh.
Wow. You know, okay, after we made, I had never made an artificer before we did a couple episodes ago. And then after that, I went and made 3 more, just for fun. Just for funsies. But the one that I didn't make was an artillerist, so I don't know that one super well. I don't know it at all. I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. How do I make this go away?
That's the point. We learn together, and it's all good.
Yeah. Let me pull this up, and we can learn what an artillerist is. Something I hate about artificer is that why is this such a hard word to say?
This is so interesting because an artillerist uses magic to throw energy, projectiles, and explosions into a battlefield.
Duh. Which is lit.
We're so destructive.
Yeah.
Finlar,
we're destructive.
Who hurt you?
We're destructive from a distance, which is great because we're like, we're just hanging out in the back of the battlefield and just like throwing shit. Like,
just in the back.
Go.
Yeah.
It's a great time. Good. Okay, so artificer, artillerist. So this comes from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which came out last year. Great new source book for stuff. It's a wonderful time. Claire has it somewhere across her room.
I should have grabbed. I see it. I can see it. It's too.
It's all good. It's all good. But you can find all this information on Wikidot, which is my favorite website. I use it all the time if you want to find stuff for your information. I don't know. Okay, but as an artillerist, we get tool proficiency. We get proficiency with wood carver's tools.
Ooh.
So that's cool. We can carve wood.
You're a child.
I'm sorry. I don't know why that's not even like that. Like, but it made me think, and then I was like, ooh.
I didn't even look. Hey, a pause. I heard a pause, and I knew that's what you were thinking.
I am a 13-year-old in the body of a 23-year-old.
Naturally, of course.
It's a great time to be alive. Okay.
I was gonna say though, it is kind of cool because there's a lot of lore in D&D that's already written, or you can adapt it as you please with the game that you're playing if you want to. But there's a base like lore for, I don't know, to make it easy.
Yeah,
I guess, or because
just to like connect all the worlds and stuff. Yeah, if you want to do
connect everything and make it make sense. But something about artillerists is that the power was more valued in this like big war. But if you're playing your game after this, what's called apparently the last war, it's seen as a way to build a more peaceful world, which is kind of cool considering that we are neutral good. I'm just saying.
Woo. Let's go.
Just makes sense. Everything makes sense to me. Just always.
Yep.
Nothing ever is. I don't. You know what? I just understand.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Well, there's some more stuff, right?
There is a lot more stuff. We only talked about the tool proficiency, which is the most minute thing.
Let's
okay.
punch through it.
But that means that we can use woodcarver tools also to cast spells.
That is true.
Well, I guess we can use any artisan tools. I was thinking we had them. Never mind. Ignore me. Moving on. Okay. So as an artillerist, we get our spell list is expanded from just your regular artificer. So we, at 3rd level, we can also cast shield or thunder wave, which are lit. And then comes the fun shit. We have a thing called Eldritch Cannon. So, using wood carvers...
We're really far away.
Yeah, we're real far away. We're using a cannon. So using our wood carvers tools or smith's tools, you use your action to magically create a small or tiny cannon in an unoccupied horizontal space within 5 feet of you. So like right next to you, you just create a small one. So a small one would occupy the space. A tiny one you can hold in your hand. So you can you can make a cannon that you're just holding and shooting at people.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay, but you can only create it once per long rest, or you have to expend a spell slot to create one. And you can only have one cannon at a time. So spell slots, you have a certain number of slots per level. And that's just how many spells that you can cast in a day. So you can't just cast things over and over again.
Can we hide a tiny cannon in some rubble or something?
Probably, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we can do that. That'd be lit. Okay. Regardless of its size, though, it has an AC of 18 and hit points equal to 5 times our artificer level. So it has almost as many hit points as us at level 3. What the fuck? It's 15 hit points. Wow.
Tiny but mighty.
Tiny but mighty. It's immune to poison damage and psychic damage because it doesn't have a brain. It's an object.
Are you saying that our tiny Eldritch Cannon doesn't have a soul? What?
No. Oh my god.
You're kidding me, man.
Wow. How dare you?
Just can't.
If it's forced to make an ability check or a saving throw, so, a Constitution saving throw or something, treat all its ability scores as a 10. So that's pretty, I guess it, I don't know, I'm curious to see what
you're saying is that we're basically a villager.
Yeah, our cannon's a villager.
Okay.
But you can cast,
have a name?
You make a different one each time. Oh my gosh, no. Don't do this to me, Claire. It's an inanimate object. Okay, it doesn't need a name. And it's different every time.
Are you talking about how my son isn't...
I didn't say anything about your son. I'm talking about a cannon. A cannon that doesn't have a face.
And doesn't deserve to be respected like a person.
You know it's a lie. You laughed as you said it. You know it does not deserve that.
I'm not going to tell him that. You said it.
Oh, boy.
Anyway.
Okay. This is just the cannon, though. But, okay, so you can cast Mending on it to regain 2d6 hit points. So Mending is a cantrip that just, heals things that are, physical objects. It disappears if it is reduced to 0 hit points or after an hour. You can also dismiss it as an action. So that's pretty cool.
Makes me think of Lookie.
When you create the cannon, you determine its appearance and whether it has legs.
McKaylee, it is real. It is alive.
What? Like I said, I've never made one of these before, so I did not.
But here's the question: do legs determine whether or not it's the creature? It's not a creature, I know that. But is it more of an animal now in the same way that our steel defender is an animal?
Claire.
What?
You can direct the cannon to walk or climb 15 feet, provided it has legs. It can climb! It's just a cannon without a face. It's like fucking Beauty and the Beast. What is this?
I was gonna say, it made me think of the dog, the little dog,
stool? Like, the footstool?
Yeah, the footstool.
Yeah.
Oh. Do we treat it like it's our companion? How close are we to this cannon? Is it our pet?
Claire,
like,
we have a -2 charisma. This is our only friend.
Oh no!
It doesn't talk because it doesn't have a face because it's just a cannon with legs.
Oh no! Is this why we have no friends? Is this because our cannon is our...
I'm gonna go insane. God, I love D&D. Okay. I'm not even done describing this fucking insanity that is this cannon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's our friend, so it's totally... Yes.
So we create it as an action, but as a bonus action on each of our turns, we can activate it as long as we're within 60 feet of us. So we create it and it's like right next to us, but then we can both move our separate ways around the battlefield as long as we're within 60 feet and we can activate it. So, this is fucking wild. But we determine what type of cannon it is also. There are 3 different types of cannons that we make that have legs and walk. Because, of course, they do. One is a flamethrower. So it will exhale fire in a 15-foot cone. Creatures have to make a dexterity save against your spell save DC. And it'll ignite any flammable objects. That note is so sad. Our only
really sad.
friend. Okay. We can also make it a force ballista. So we make a ranged spell attack from the cannon. So adding our spell attack modifier. And at a creature or an object within 120 feet. So we can be real far away. And on a hit, it takes force damage. And if it's a creature, it's pushed 5 feet away from the cannon. So that can be really useful if, like, say the enemy is standing, like, 5 feet away from, like, a pool of lava. Just, like, push them in.
That would be really useful.
Helpful stuff.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is a protector. So it emits a burst of positive energy that gives itself and each creature of your choice, so not just everybody, within 10 feet of it, temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus our intelligence modifier, which is 3. So it's a minimum of 4 temporary hit points.
So that means
what?
It can be like our friend, but in like more meaningful ways than just sitting next to us. It can give us positive energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's our friend. Oh.
Which that one can be really helpful because you can emit the aura like multiple times. If, say, like one of your like friends are outside of 10 feet and then like they come in the next turn and it's like, cool. Here you go.
our friend.
Oh boy.
He's our friend. I can't get over that. Also, this scarf thing, I don't even know what it's doing. I feel like I've been moving it the entire. I feel like I'm a Little Red Riding Hood right now.
It's a great time.
However, I could actually let me just.
Oh, there you go. Wonderful. I'm glad you're getting good use out of that scarf.
Yeah, it's not mine. It's McKaylee's scarf. She has mine.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's part of the background.
Yeah, I got kind of.
Mine's normally part of the background too. Right there.
I was gonna take it down and also wear it today, but then I didn't. I mean, well, the whole thing's coming down tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
It'll be great. It'll be great.
No.
Because I'm moving.
What else? Because McKaylee's moving. Is that all that we have at third level?
That is all we have at third level. At 5th, 9th, and 15th, we get more stuff, more fun stuff. But that's it for our third level artificer artillerist.
I feel like I'm gonna be strangled by this freaking pagan.
Nice. Wow, level 15, you get some really good stuff added to your cannon. You can also have 2 cannons at level 15. That's pretty lit. 2 cannons!
Wait, two friends?
2 friends.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
That's a great
Can we
time.
lower our charisma more?
Why? What? Claire!
2 cannon friends.
No.
2 cannon friends.
No.
That means we have more friends, but less charisma because they don't talk to us.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anyway.
We're moving on to my favorite part.
The
right?
best part.
The best part. Why don't you tell us about it, McKaylee? What are you about to do?
So, we have rolled for all of our shit. That is wonderful.
That is required of us.
That is required of us.
The D&D rule time.
Yes. So now we have a 3rd level character that we can totally play. But, you know, why stop there? We have a wonderful table that we are going to use to get some personalized obscure traits about tenacious onions. Which is, you know, potato. It's our potato. It's our table that is called the potato. Oh. And it has 100 plus wonderful little, like, attributes and, like, character personality stuff that, you know, maybe they're physical or mental or they don't even know about it. But some of the fun things that we've rolled for in the past off of this table are painting a platypus on their armor, has impeccable penmanship, has never seen a bird before. Last week we rolled that our character was possessed by a demon. So just fun things
or
like that.
Or that they don't believe in magic.
Yes, we had a warlock that didn't believe in magic. That was wonderful. I love that character.
More or less, they're just
fun.
Just like story beat to add to the story building part, which we're about to do right now.
Yes.
So we also have it's still June, right? It is still June.
It is still June.
We also have an extra table, because it's Pride Month, and we thought it would be fun to have some, like, Pride-themed traits, because they're cool. We'll roll on the potato a couple times, and maybe on the
Pride pack.
Pride one a couple times. We'll see.
Yes.
We really just do whatever we feel.
Yeah.
At this point.
This is our own place. We do what we want.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Claire. Please roll for us so we can see what we get.
41.
41. This adds to a little charisma. Okay. Thinks they can read minds. Keyword on the thinks.
I remember this one.
Yep. I think we wrote this one together.
Yeah.
I love it and adore it, and I'm here for it. Okay, so we got a character that thinks they can read minds.
Yeah, let's, thinks.
Thinks.
This is getting a little, like, I feel like we never grew up.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, we're really intelligent, but I feel like we never really grew up. You know what I mean?
We're a little baby child.
Maybe we are pretty young. We don't know.
Maybe we're a child. I want to make a child.
We can be a child.
Just in general, it doesn't have to be this character, but I just want to I love child characters because they're just fun to be like, everybody's out there like drinking and stuff, and you're like, hey, I just murdered 3 people and I'm 6.
Another?
Yes, please.
58?
58. Owns several pairs of the same shirt.
You know what? This makes sense because we don't have very many friends. And so we're very prepared and we wear the same clothes.
Yeah.
I'm saying like this is like the most like adorable thing, and I don't mean to do that, but it makes sense. You know what I mean?
It does.
Wait, what did you say again? I registered it, but then I forgot it.
You just talked in length about it.
I know I talked about it, but I want the words. The words. I need to write down the words you said.
Owns several pairs of the same shirt.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Let's roll one then on the pride pack, and then we can maybe come back and roll another on the potato. Yes.
That's a 10 or a 20?
A 10. I don't have that many. I'm gay, but like I'm only like I only know my gay stuff and like the gay friends I have, so I don't have a lot of stuff.
Yeah. 6.
6?
Does it make sense?
What?
Does it make sense? Last week I feel like it didn't make sense, so we re-rolled.
Let's re-roll because, you know, it's
okay.
just re-roll. Just re-roll. It's fine.
8.
Okay. Cool. They cannot sit right in their chair.
Nice. Okay.
It's a good time. Let's go, bisexuals. Or I don't know who else. Any gay person sits fun in their chair. I sit in this chair. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce currently in my chair because I tried so hard. Last night I was watching a show on my laptop right here, just chilling here, and I tried to sit with my feet on the ground like a normal person. I lasted like 2 seconds max. Like,
oh my gosh.
And I've been doing that throughout this episode. I've been putting my feet on the ground and trying to sit like a normal human being, and then I just have to have my feet up on the chair. And I'm trying so hard to like not sit like this because I'm sorry, I don't want you to see my bare knee. But
oh no, scandalous! I can't. Blind.
What you doing?
Still not.
My knee.
Why would you show that on the internet?
Well, it just feels like I look like, you know, here up I look a little bit more like I'm put together and professional, but then if I sit like this, you know, then it's like, well, what the fuck is going on with her?
That's your knee. I'm a person. I know what anatomy is.
I know. Also,
I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
I understand.
This time, I'm gonna sit. I was gonna say I'm gonna sit normal, but I'm not gonna sit normal. I'm gonna sit crisscross applesauce.
Do we want to roll another, or do we want to?
Let's leave it at that.
Leave it this? Okay.
Yeah, and then let's roll. Right. Let's roll. Wait, let's roll one on the potato. One more on the potato. I want to roll a potato.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Oh! I thought you were talking about the pride pack. I'm running out of things. We've been doing Pride Month all month. I'm running out of stuff on that table.
64?
64. It was almost nice. Has absurdly good eyesight.
Ooh.
I think fits because, we have one of our proficiencies is in, what's it called? Motherfucking, you know what I'm talking about? We have proficiency in our proficiency. We have proficiency in investigation. That's what I was trying to say.
You got there.
Yep.
Good job.
I'm trying my best. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Are we ready to do a little overview?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So going back to earlier today.
Yep.
We have Finmar, our neutral good, non-binary Firbolg, who's an artillerist artificer, also a cloistered scholar. Yep. I love that word. It's so dumb.
Cloister.
So we know common, elvish, giant, orc, dwarvish, because we're who we are.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what our current study is, because we have a borrowed book.
Okay. Yeah.
In the current study. Our personality trait, we really love reading and we're very good at it.
Yes.
If anyone were to ask us, we'd brag, but who's gonna ask us?
We'd also be really awkward and weird about it, but
yeah, we could be really,
Maybe that's our subject that we like, you know how every shy person, like, if you ask them about the right thing, like if you ask one of us about Dungeons and Dragons, we will talk in length about it, no matter how nervous we are about having a conversation.
That's a good point.
So it's our thing that we like to talk about. It's just like reading.
I would love it to be like, I would love the thing, like maybe. So, reading is our Dungeons and Dragons, but
yeah.
Reading is to Finmar as Dungeons and Dragons is to us.
Yeah.
But I want to know what Finmar's...
What are they reading?
Yeah, like, what is character creation for us? What is that for Finmar? Like, what is the thing that they are into?
Like, passionate about.
But we can think about that. What?
Oh, I just said passionate about. I was just adding on.
Oh,
continue.
Yes. But yeah.
Oh,
our
boy.
ideal is knowledge. Oh, that's right. We're searching for an answer to a question. Like, we've been searching.
Yeah.
For this.
For a long fucking time.
Study. Yeah.
That's true.
And we're easily distracted by knowledge. I feel like knowledge guides us, really.
Yeah.
All right. Additionally, we are an artillerist, which means that we have a lot of, we have a lot of tinkering, but we can infuse items. They seem to be more related to helping us or helping those around us defend and like that sort of thing, which makes sense because we're not very dexterous. We're not good at it with our weapons.
Yeah. We're more on the defensive side. I think that's also why we're an artillerist, like, because artillerists, you're not really, like, getting into the thick of things. You're just, like, you're defending, like, your area, your people.
Right. And we have and it's not even us defending. It's our...
Yeah. Our cannon.
It's our little friend. It's our little friend, our little Eldritch Cannon friend.
God. I love this so much.
Do you think that we can think that we can read people's minds, or do you think that we can read items' minds because we can infuse them with things?
We can understand them. That's why we talk to our cannon. because we can read their mind.
We can read their mind.
We can understand them the way other people can't. We just understand, like, these inanimate objects in a way that people just don't.
We believe that we can.
Yes.
And so we don't, like, fashion it's not important to us because we are here to be friends with our tools.
And they don't care what you look like. Don't matter what you look like. Don't matter what you are.
I feel like we're very sheltered.
I think we grew up in the cloister in the same way that Atticus did. where it's like it's been our home for a long time and we've just never like left the walls.
We haven't decided how old our characters are, really.
No.
Like they've just been like our age-ish. Right?
Let me
more or less.
I don't know. I mean, I had some thoughts on like ages for I think we talked about for Ibit how old she was because she was a she's a grung, a frog person.
Yeah. Like she's got to be older than a child because of all the things that happened to her when she was a child.
Yeah. Calypso and Elvira, I feel like those were our two half elves. I feel like the two of them were like in their 30s, you know, like older than us. Atticus, I feel like was a little like around our age, a little bit younger, you know, like maybe early 20s. And then Curtis cut from stone, I feel like is like he's older. Getting on. Yeah, he's like middle-aged.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like, you know, we've got a range of ages.
Because I think it would be really cute if Finmar was younger.
Yeah.
And by cute, I just mean I use cute for everything to describe everything.
Every character that we make every week is adorable. Even Curtis cut from stone.
Children. Curtis, our
child.
Our chaotic evil child who's older than we would be if we were to meet them in person.
Who's probably like, I don't know, like 50 or something. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
He's you know, an adult, like a real adult.
Yeah, an adult who studied long and hard enough to find a obscure text and then be
possessed by it.
By a demon. And possessed by a demon.
Yeah.
Check out last week if you want to know what we're talking about.
Go look it on our YouTube. Or I guess it's also.
No, I think it would be so. We still need to figure out what our area of study is, right. But I think it would be cool if we were younger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe
we look up Atticus, who is like a little bit older than us. Maybe we've like looked up to them and they're like always like super kind to us or something. And so that's how we end up like in an adventuring party together.
Maybe we saw Atticus working on Yankee, which is their steel defender.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, oh my gosh. Me too. And we had the little cannon.
Yeah.
So are we deciding that they're in the same cloister, or do we think that they've come across each other?
I think they're in the same cloister. I think they're just in different like age groups. You know.
Yeah.
And so they hang out when, you know, they see each other in the schoolyard.
I don't know if they hang out.
They don't hang out, but they like they see each other in passing.
Yeah, I think Finmar observes from afar.
Yeah.
And admires from afar.
Yeah.
About how Addie's kind of like smart but like class clown kind of vibes.
Yeah.
A little bit. I think maybe
they've got the floofy hair.
Yeah. I think maybe Finmar like sees that and is like,
yeah,
that's a cool person.
I like that person. Yeah. Atticus was our human artificer. The only human we've made.
Wow, this is cute. How do you think we came to be at this? Because we talked about the cloister. This is a more
like corrupt group.
It's corrupt, but it's more gosh, what is the like industrial?
Yeah.
It's not like a. So why have we, who traditionally Firbolgs are more in touch with nature, how did we come to be in this industrial like cloister?
Is it okay? I know you're gonna say
something traumatic. Let's go, McKaylee. Go for it.
Okay. So what if we were a part of a like, you know, tribe of like nature focused Firbolgs?
Okay.
And there was some sort of maybe like infighting happening, or maybe there was a disaster, or like a natural disaster. Maybe there was some other like group like wiped out their tribe, and who was left was this little baby Firbolg and their mama, who was like seriously injured, or maybe ooh, okay, so a plague took like was sweeping through their like their whole group, and everyone was getting sick, and mama was like, I gotta get my baby out of here, and so but she was like sick, and so she took her baby and left it at this place that she knew took kids in, which is the cloister, and so that they could grow up, so Fen could grow up there, but then she went and died.
I was gonna say, I have another different thought.
Okay.
Right? So what if we grow up with other Firbolgs, so that it makes sense that we do have all of these languages and traits related to Firbolgs.
Okay.
Languages.
Yeah.
So we still have that.
Okay.
But maybe one day we're in the woods or wherever nature area we are.
Okay.
And we come across a Firbolg that looks like us. Like, they look like we could be related distantly or something.
Okay.
So we're not, like, scared of them because we, like, acknowledge that we look, like, I don't mean, like, that we look the same, but, like,
maybe have the same fur color.
We don't,
or, like,
we
bear
a resemblance. Look different enough for us to question who they are. Like, maybe we don't know everyone in our community, but they look enough like the people in our community that we don't question who they are.
Yeah.
But what if...
I'm really scared because I feel my thoughts are going down a traumatic route, and I'm not sure where yours are going with this. So continue.
What if they're one of those really rare evil Firbolgs that was a part of our community?
Okay.
And was ostracized for becoming evil.
Yep.
And kicked out.
Yep.
Of the community. And
they came back and murdered everybody.
No.
Okay.
Immediately, why do you do this, Michaela?
Because everybody has to be dead. That's like the conclusion. You continue.
I was gonna say, what if like they came back because they remembered our family was especially intelligent, and thought they could use us thought they could use someone from our family for devious plans or something.
Nefarious purposes.
Nefarious purposes.
Yes.
Yeah, that. And then for one reason or another, it was decided that it was easier to just take us.
So they kidnapped us.
They kidnapped us. Maybe we didn't know fully until we realized.
Because we just trusted them.
Because we are shy. And we don't really talk, we don't talk too much, maybe?
Yeah. And maybe, we were a little baby child. Maybe we were like 6 or something.
Yeah.
6 seems to be a good number, because that's also 6 days old was how old Ibit was when she was kicked out of her community. And then got injured and had to have her arm cut off.
What if the thing that we are interested in is something that our family knew about, and the fact that we know about it a little bit is the reason why we were taken? Because they wanted us. So
start from the beginning.
I'm trying to think of why. Okay. So this evil Firbolg.
Yes, I got that.
I was gonna try and give a quippy name off the bat, and then I couldn't think of one. Evil Firbolg guy, right?
Yep.
He's coming back to see our family because our family knew some details about a subject that he couldn't crack or something.
Something related to
maybe it's tied to the library. I don't know. Everything's tied to the library. So we have some like family knowledge in our family, passed down in our family. And he knows he can't get close enough to our community to ask anyone, but we're like playing around like in the woods as you do.
Yeah, wandered a little too far from home.
Yeah. And he comes across us and we start like he asks us some questions and we don't know stranger danger well enough, so we just answer them.
Yeah.
And we start chattering about whatever the thing is. I'm really boosting this thing that
I know
we
what
don't
is
know what it is
I know
yet.
we need to okay, before we develop this any further, we need to know what this thing is. Cuz I'm confused. What is this thing?
Well, do we want it to be tied to does it have to be tied to the
library? What? Do we know the location of the library? No, we can't know the location of the library at that age. Cuz then that's what, go ahead. Continue saying words.
What if the book that we borrowed is our family's book and we haven't been able to bring it back?
We borrowed it from our parents to go out in the woods to read it and then got kidnapped.
And maybe we weren't supposed to have it or something.
Oh god.
But because we had it, they took us because we wouldn't give it to them.
So they just were like, fuck it, I'll take the kid too.
I don't know, sure.
And then what, do we still have this book? Mm-hmm. If that's what the guy kidnapped us to get?
Maybe we know, maybe he doesn't know orc and we do.
Okay. I
don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe it's written in a code of some sort. Maybe not even, it's not even another language. It's written in a like family code that like, we're a smart little baby child. We picked it up super fast. We love like figuring out codes like that. And so we know it, we have the knowledge, and that's why they took us with them. And we refuse to like explain, but they need us. Oh my god.
Are we gonna go with kidnapped? Is that
sure? Why are you writing a P? It's a D. Okay, there you go.
I know I messed up on.
But you just kept doing it. You like did it and then you erased it and then you did it again, and I was like, what's happening?
I don't know. Do we like the evil Firbolg thing? Or do we think that they disguised themselves as a Firbolg from our community? And
I think somebody from the cloister. Okay, I think somebody from the cloister used, disguise self to take us with them there or whatever. But they're probably like human, because like the cloister, I mean Atticus is there, is probably a more human, like human and elves kind of deal. And so this is why we don't have friends. Also, because we stick out like a sore thumb. Like, no one wants to be friends with this weirdo cowman. So.
Kaylee, you can't keep calling them.
That's what they are. People. They're Fey-oriented half giants, but they're like cow people, pretty much. Do you see their noses?
Yeah, they're adorable.
I know, I'm absolutely enthralled by Firbolgs, but they're 100% cow people.
All right.
So that's,
So we were kidnapped by the cloister with our family book.
Yep. So is
with coded family book.
Are we like hunting part of our adventure started by us being like, we need to find our family and give them the book back?
Why would we give them the book back?
I don't know.
We like reading.
But we borrowed it, maybe, and we weren't supposed to, and maybe we still feel bad about that. What if
I don't think
like...
we feel bad about it because we brag about reading.
That's true. Yeah. So that must have been, we probably started bragging about, like, to this stranger that, like,
my gosh,
I can read this book, and, like, I'm the only one who knows how to read it, like, ha ha ha.
Maybe not that.
Yeah, no. But, like, you know, yeah.
Wow.
And we probably own several pairs of the same shirt because we live in the cloistered, so we just kind of get what they give us, you know? And we probably mostly also... Yeah, because they kidnapped us, and we only have the shirt.
We have our own clothes if they took us. Wow. Okay.
How old are we? We gotta decide. We were kidnapped at the age of 6.
I feel like we're like 12.
I was gonna say that too. Okay, perfect. It's a good time. Because then we get 6 years at home, 6 years at the cloister, and then, you know, the next years of our life adventuring. But we are a child. Let's go.
So, do you think that, because we talked about how Addie wanted to escape to follow the oh, what's our book about? What's our book about?
I think our book is definitely related to the Yuan-ti city. So for those who don't know, we've been building this world as we build these characters, and something that we built is that a lot of characters are looking for this hidden city that was...
or they're associated with it in some way.
Yeah.
Something tiny.
There is currently, like, a lot of people looking for it. One of the many people is a beholder mine operation mobster boss.
Hold on. It's a beholder mobster. Let's be clear.
But I did include the mobster, but I wanted to say, you know, so the beholder mobster runs a mining operation where they kidnap children and force them to work in the mines. Yeah. So one of our characters, Elvira, grew up there, mining for this lost city that supposedly has, like, secrets to, like, who knows? We don't.
Ooh, maybe our book has... This feels like we're vibing into, like, Indiana Jones National Treasure territory.
Yeah.
Because maybe the book we have is about it's like has clues to the possible location of this thing.
Yeah.
But it's like indirect. Like, it's not what the book is about.
Yeah. But it's got, like, hidden points in it.
Maybe our current study is, like, coded.
Yeah. We study codes. Yeah. We study codes and ciphers.
We're really intelligent, baby.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right.
I cannot play this character. I've never played a, like, super intelligent character because I'm so scared because I'm so dumb.
Listen, McKaylee, you can't keep saying that.
But we've seen it so far on this podcast multiple times.
Keep saying it, though.
Okay, fine. I'm not dumb. I'm a genius.
You can't lie either.
Okay, well then well then I'm just gonna keep saying I'm dumb. I'm gonna keep telling the truth.
I'm just joking.
Oh boy.
Okay, so, our study is codes.
Yep. Codes. I feel like codes and puzzles. You know, just general stuff. Which is good because probably part of the city, like, entering into, like, things are gonna have, like, some, you know, funky little, like, puzzles you gotta crack. Because, you know, we're going Indiana Jones style, you know.
Do we at least have a nickname for our canon friend?
Probably. Do you have an idea for what you want this canon to be called?
I don't have... My head is empty. What are you talking about?
Head empty. Brain gone.
Well, you need to roll for it, or we can...
Yeah, let's roll for the first letter of the name, and then, you know, if you guys could give us... If you have any cute names for a sentient canon, kind of sentient.
If you're still even listening, because we've been talking about random shit. In the best way.
We've been been talking about great stuff.
D100.
Yeah, D100. Please, so we can figure out what the first letter of this canon's name is.
35.
35 is an I. Weird letter. Yeah, so the canon...
Anybody
give
cute
us
little nicknames?
Cute canon nicknames that start with an I.
That's hilarious to say, because canon with one N in the middle is, you know, like, it's canon that...
Yeah, it's canon.
That Finmar thinks that their canon is their only friend.
That is canon.
Yeah, so give us some canon names.
Yes.
Oh, I just really like that. I really like artificers now because both of the ones we've made have cute
little sidekicks,
inanimate creature object things.
I thought we decided that Yankee had a soul.
I agree with you.
I thought that was the conclusion. Yankee is a sloth steel defender.
So cute. Do you think that why did we leave? Do we need to figure out why we left the cloister? We kind of talked about that with Addie.
I think Atticus was leaving and had realized the corruption that was going on, and maybe Atticus. I don't remember if Atticus was like. I don't think Atticus had a lot of friends either. Maybe Atticus saw this like poor Firbolg that was maybe being like mistreated and like abused by like the like teachers and stuff because, you know, they're different and they're weird and they talk to their canon. And so maybe Atticus was like, you know what, if I'm getting out of here, I'm taking this kid with me too. And then maybe maybe they also knew that like Fen had knowledge on the stuff, the thingy thing, the codes and things. Because so Addie's thing was that they tried to get their friend to leave with them, but they abandoned them.
Right.
Remember? Yeah.
Right.
That's so true. Maybe they still just didn't want to go out on their own.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they also saw us a lot in the library.
Yeah.
And they kind of like they were nicer to us.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Because it was clear that we were on the outside of all these other people.
Yeah. Maybe it was a thing of circumstance, too, that, like, they ran into us, like, on their way out, and we were like, well, we want to go, too. So.
Yeah. And, like, Addie doesn't care about, you know, like, any authority. So.
Yeah.
They'd be more likely to be like, you can come.
Sure, why not? Adorable.
Also,
I love the idea that Fen is like 12 and still taller than Atticus. Because Atticus is a human.
Yeah.
So we probably hit our like.
Wait, are we still taller? Because we don't reach adulthood until 30.
That's true. I guess it depends on when we hit our growth spurt.
What if we started shorter and then we eventually hit a growth spurt?
So how?
And then we are taller.
Okay, Atticus is like 5'4" or 5.
Did we decide that? I can't remember.
It's like around there. I don't know.
Sure.
We decided that they were short.
Because that's how tall you are, and then all your characters are your height, unless you decide that they're a different height.
Well, no. Okay, I have a height chart for all of the characters, and we decided that they're like shorter. I'm looking at the picture right now, and that's like about where they lined up based on because they're shorter than Calypso and Elvira, who are like they're not over 6 feet yet, but they're like a little bit taller. Yeah. Yeah.
Spicy.
Oh boy.
I'm also brainstorming eye names.
Yeah.
Little nicknames.
I know, we need an eye name. Ignitey. Iggy!
This is why we don't come up with the names.
I don't know. Oh, good.
The only one I can think of is something, because it's an Eldritch canon.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not very imaginative, and it's like it's either like iron or something off iron, like a name that's like similar to iron or something like that. I don't know.
I like it just being named Iron. I think that's cute. If we're like, hey, Iron, come on. And it just follows behind us like a little dog.
But you're right.
Oh, all right. That's maybe so cute.
Maybe I do have good ideas sometimes.
There we go.
Iron!
Okay, we are a neutral good, non-binary, Firbolg, cloistered scholar, artificer, artillerist with a tiny cannon friend named Iron. We're also 12.
We're 12.
Oh boy.
I love them so much.
Claire, I think we made a character.
We made a character and they're really good.
Wow. It only took us 4 hours.
Only took us 4 hours, but hey.
We had a great time.
I love them so much.
This is a good character.
They think they can read minds, but specifically objects' minds.
Yes.
It's very good. And they were kidnapped by their cloister.
Mm-hmm. How fucking dare they? Yeah.
Just
indeed.
Outstanding, man.
Outstanding.
We don't need to expand on our book anymore, right?
No, I think
it's just borrowed.
It's just a book that we, I think we'll figure out in the future, maybe as we build out the world and like what it is exactly that maybe would be. So yeah, we'll figure that out later on. Yeah.
It's so good. Oh my goodness.
It's very good. Our wonderful cloistered scholar, artificer, artillerist, Firbolg.
Fenmar!
Fenmar! I love it. Thank you again, Mark, for the name. We appreciate it. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
What? I don't know, but...
I'm excited for when we, do a playthrough.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this has to... If we have Atticus, I feel like we gotta have Fenmar there, too. Because they feel like they're just a cute little pair of friends just chilling. Hanging out. Trying to escape the clutches of the corrupt cloister they grew up in.
Yeah, and this is also a cool thing about D&D is that when you're making characters, if you don't like the idea of talking in character a lot, you can make a character like this that is not good at talking to people, so that you do not have to talk as much.
Yeah.
Or when you do talk, maybe you say few words because it's makes sense for your character.
Yeah. Or you can make it so your character is just always nervous when they talk to people. So then if you come across as nervous while talking to people, then it's like, well, great. That's perfect. You're doing great role playing and you didn't even have to try.
Yeah.
So wonderful.
I mean, that's definitely, aside from making a character, that's also something that I think can be kind of intimidating.
Is role playing.
Yeah, because you're building this world as a character, and you gotta step out of your own shoes and into theirs, and sometimes that can be hard. But yeah, I love them. Wow.
Oh, I'm excited.
Something else to keep in mind, as we said at the beginning, is that McKaylee is not going to be here next week. But we're subbing in a friend who will
be a
you'll
surprise.
Find out next Tuesday. You'll find out next Tuesday.
It'll be a great time. Should we transition to the other screen to continuous
Yes, we
conversation.
Absolutely should. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready. Theme music. Cue. Go. Do 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 do. I love our theme music.
In comparison to last week, that was the fastest transition I've ever seen.
I know, Jesus Christ, yeah. Last week's transition was wonderful. But yeah, like Claire was saying, I'm not going to be here next week, but Claire will be here with a wonderful guest substitute. So, come hang out with them. Don't miss me too much. I'll be back.
I've requested the brain cell all day Tuesday evening, so I expect to have it.
We'll see, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
What will you be using it for?
I don't know. What? I don't know. I'm gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be a time.
Okay.
Yes. But this is also the last time I have this wonderful wall set up, so... Because I am moving out of my parents' house. So...
Amazing.
Gotta start packing my whole life up by Friday.
That's the best, Yeah. Great.
It's a great time. I'm really excited. But yeah, next time you see me, it won't be here. Maybe I'll set it up to look exactly like this in my new place. We'll see.
And you won't even know the difference.
It'll
be
know.
Like you should take a photo of it like this in case you want to replicate it.
I have plenty of photos of it like this, Claire. This is our 9th stream. I think
that's a good point. You have footage.
I have footage of it.
So much.
It's gonna be really easy to replicate if I want to.
Sometimes I don't think about things, and then I say them anyway.
It's okay. It's a great time. We're having a great time. Having a good time. Having a good time. I apologize. I am chaos incarnate, and I have ADHD. I can't focus.
Yay!
Woo! Yeah.
Wow. Thank you very much for joining us this week on anddragons. We've had a great time building our cute, adorable friends.
Our first Firbolg.
We'll never stop thinking about cannons with legs.
I make character art of all of these, which we post to Instagram. So go check out our Instagram for our character from last week is going to be posted on Thursday. And next week we will have this character drawn up, and I can assure you I am drawing that fucking cannon. There will be a cannon in the character art. So,
I'm really excited about that.
I'm excited too. Yeah, so go to our About page, follow us on Instagram, and go see all of our characters that we've made in the past and that we made this week. They're cute. They're adorable. We have some great characters. They're fun. Yeah. Also, this character is wonderful and amazing. Yeah.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I hope everybody has a wonderful night or day or whatever time of
in their life.
Good. Have a good time.
Yes.
Now and in the future.
Forever.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah. Make sure to follow us. We make content every Tuesday. The same shit. We'll be back next Tuesday. Claire will. I won't. But yeah. We enjoy doing this, and we hope you guys enjoy watching us do this and participating in the ways y'all do. Yeah. Okay.
Kaylee's in charge of everything.
I know, but I don't want to say goodbye because I'm not going to be here for, next week. I'm not going to be here for a little bit. It's going to be so long, so I'm so Even though we've been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes, I still want it to be longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss y'all. And yeah, we'll see you guys later. Peace, love, and happiness.